A confirmation about the audio, please. If the audio is clear and available, kindly confirm. Thank you. So, hello, a very warm good morning to all of you, and welcome to Baiju's Exam Prep IAS. Welcome to another session of Indian Geography, where today we shall be continuing with the portion of agriculture. Now, yesterday, in the final portions of the session, we had an introduction about why agriculture as an area, as a unit is important, and why is it that UPSC keeps on asking you questions from the portion of agriculture. And that is basically because of the various different issues which exist in the sector and the various different inefficiencies which are in existence. So that means there's a lot of scope for improvement. So that is something that we need to understand from the geographical standpoint as well as from the economical standpoint in general. Now, other than that, yesterday we talked about the state of forest report. We talked about the different types of forests. We took a couple of previous year questions also. And then after that, we started with the portion of soil and the associated problems. Now, once you understand the soil, the presence of various nutrients in different parts which are present, now those soils basically gives you an understanding about the types of crops which can be grown. So always when you are trying to study the portion of agriculture, always advisable to have this portion after you have completed the climate, that is the rainfall pattern, as well as the soil distribution. That will give you an automatic clue about what kind of landform or what kind of agricultural crops can be grown in any particular area. Now, here today, we shall be initiating first of all with the types of agriculture that we have, and that is generally practiced across the entirety of the globe as well. So, when we talk about the types of agriculture, the types of farming practices which are carried out, it can broadly be subdivided into three categories. That is the primitive subsistence farming that we have, intensive subsistence farming, as well as the commercial farming. Now, here, when we talk about the primitive subsistence farming, intensive subsistence farming, and commercial farming, you will find that the term subsistence is repeated here. So, what is the meaning of subsistence farming? So, whenever you come across the term subsistence farming, okay, that is basically going to give you an idea that this is a kind of a farming practice which is carried out for the self purposes, self feeding purposes, right? So you grow your crops in order to have a self sufficiency of food supply, right? So for self consumption, so growing crops for self consumption. Okay, that is what is referred to as subsistence farming. Now, in that also primitive. So, when we say primitive, means what? Means something which is rudimentary, right? Something which is not well developed. So, this is a farming technology or technique whereby modern usage of equipments, technology, etc., that is not done. The agricultural practices or cultivation is carried out in the open, that is without any external help, without any artificial help, and completely dependent upon the natural resources. That is, whenever there will be rainfall, there will be provision of water to the plants. You don't have any artificial methodology to provide the water to the plants, no irrigation facilities. And also when we talk about, for example, the fertility of the soil, so, in the case of primitive farming, you don't add any fertilizers or any kind of weedicides, pesticides to augment the growth. It is carried out depending upon the natural fertility of the soil. So this is heavily dependent on heavily dependent on natural resources. That is rainfall and fertility of soil. Okay, so let us take a detailed look about what these farming methodologies are about, what this agricultural methodologies are about, and where is it across the planet, across the world, that we find these kinds of farming methodologies in practice. So starting with the primitive subsistence farming overall, it is practiced in a small piece of land using very rudimentary tools and techniques. So the modern methodologies, they are not brought into practice. The modern tools, techniques, and machineries, for example, tractors, thrashers, harvesters, etc., they are not put to use. It is very primitive, very natural. Now, this is practiced where? So ideally, this will be practiced in those areas where the farmers, they don't have enough means to provide the various artificial input, synthetic fertilizers, etc. And also those areas which are not well particularly connected. Because if there would have been proper connectivity, availability of irrigation channels, then why would a farmer resort to this kind of a farming technology? So here what is observed is, typically in those hilly areas which are not well connected in terms of infrastructure connectivity, in terms of water supply, in terms of rural electrification. So those particular areas, there, what do the people do? The natives, what they do is, in order to carry out cultivation, first of all, they will identify a piece of land. Now, in that piece of land, ideally, you will find what? You'll find the presence of various different trees, forest, etc. Okay. Now, let's suppose they want to carry out cultivation in this area. So, what they will do is, they will simply slash these trees, cut these trees, and whatever remnants are left over, they will burn them off. So, by slashing and burning, you prepare the farmland. And then once the land is clear, then you start planting crops there. Now, as soon as the fertility of the soil declines, maybe in one season or two seasons, the fertility of the soil, as it starts to decline, thereby, what the farmers do is, they will clear another piece of land by the same process. They will cut down the trees, slash, and then they will burn the remnant area, and thereby the land is then cleared again. So that is where they keep on shifting the areas where they are growing the crops. And they will continue to grow the crops in one area as long as the soil is fertile, which might be for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, depending upon the region that we are talking about. So this is also what is referred to as shifting type of agriculture. It is what is also referred to as the shifting type of agriculture in general. And it is heavily dependent on natural resources in the form of that water availability will be there in the presence of rainfall itself, no irrigation, soil fertility as long as is maintained. Now, here, when we say shifting type of agriculture, that is what is also sometimes referred to as the slash and burn cultivation technique, or in different parts of the world, it is associated with different names. For example, in many regions of northeastern part of the country, it is referred to as jhum farming. It is referred to as milpa, etc. So you have various different names associated with this in the regional lingo, in the regional landscape. Now, in this shifting type of cultivation, if I ask you that, what do you think will be the amount of production? Will the amount of production be very high, or will the amount of production be comparatively lower? What do you think in this kind of cultivation? Very good. The production will be very, very low in general, because the land area is also very small. The technology is also not being used, so you are only dependent on natural resources. So here the productivity will be very, very less. The total produce will be very, very less. Now what is the consequence of that? The people who grow this, or people who follow this method of cultivation, obviously they will want to augment their income source. They will want to supplement their income source from some other place in order to fulfill their requirements. So that is why you will find that in these areas, for example, hunting, gathering, fishing, bird rearing, beekeeping, these are very prominent activities, economic activities that are carried out in these particular regions. Okay. So here, land is cleared with traditional tools and cultivated for a few years. As the soil fertility declines, land is abandoned in favor of another freshly cleared patch. Overall, produce is less. Production is very less. Right? So overall production is going to be very, very less. Burned ashes will increase the fertility of the soil. Yes, they will increase the fertility in a slight extent, not greatly. So slightly they will increase the fertility, but then please understand, you are not augmenting or supporting that kind of a fertility with any other factor. You are not ensuring proper care or proper gestation period for the growth of the plants. It is something which is very natural in general. So always the production level will be slightly lesser. Okay. So here, basically, that is what is referred to as the primitive subsistence, and a type of it is the shifting cultivation practice generally in India, in the various tribal regions of the country, which are not very well connected, where you have small hilly landscapes which are isolated in general. So in those areas, you will find this shifting cultivation as a practice to be greatly followed. Now, observed in Latin America, tropical Africa, tropical regions of South and Southeast Asia, in these areas, you'll find the shifting cultivation to be prominent. Now, please understand, eventually, this kind of cultivation leads to another major disaster, and that is deforestation. Because in order to clear the land, you need to actually cut down the trees, and that leads to massive loss in green cover or tree cover. Many areas in the northeastern parts of the country, they are experiencing massive levels of deforestation because of extension of this shifting cultivation. That newer areas are brought under cultivation, newer areas have the trees being cut down and cleared off. So that is basically the main characteristic and also the main drawback, major drawback of this cultivation. And once you have deforestation, deforestation brings about a lot of changes. Deforestation can bring about soil erosion, it can bring about disturbed rainfall pattern, it can bring about dry conditions, and more importantly, most of all, when you cut down a tree, it releases a lot of carbon compounds into the atmosphere. Deforestation, as you will study in the portion of environment, is the second biggest source of anthropogenic or human based carbon emissions after the energy and the fossil fuels that we have. So deforestation is a major contributor to greenhouse gases which are present. So that is why this is something which should not significantly be promoted or should not eventually be carried on by cutting down the trees endlessly. Then we have the intensive subsistence. Now, intensive subsistence farming is the type of farming where you are dependent heavily on fertile soil regions. That is the regions where you have very fertile alluvial deposits. So that is where you carry out the farming practice. Now, while studying about the soil, we had studied that wherever you have very fertile alluvial soil, generally the population density will be very high. Many people will be attracted to grow crops there. And that is why you will experience a kind of a fragmentation of the land. The land will be very, very small, not very large land areas, but because many people are dependent on that land, so it will have many smaller pieces in general. Also, there is a kind of a generational transition that you will observe that, let's say, an individual who has got 1 acre has got 4 kids, so that 1 acre will get divided into four. If they will have 4 kids, so that will be divided furthermore. So that is how also in the plain areas in the region of fertile alluvial deposits, you'll find that the size of the land holding is very, very small. Now, here also you will find the usage of the term subsistence. Meaning what? Meaning the prime aim, even in this kind of cultivation, is self consumption. That you are growing only for your self consumption primarily, right? So, whatever little amount of surplus is left, that surplus you save it for next year in order to plant the next batch of the crops. And whatever is left furthermore, only that is sold in the market for profit purposes. So you can imagine here also the income level won't be generated. There won't be a sufficient income which is generated. Okay. And here mostly you will find that people, they grow food crops, that is cereals, grains. That is something which is very, very prominent. So this is to be found in river valleys and delta plains in South and Southeast Asia. Small farms are present. Small farms are a feature due to very high population density. Okay, so that is why you have small land holding. So small land holding always associated with lesser productivity, because please understand, if the size of the land holding is large, you can deploy tractors, you can deploy plowers, harvesters, thrashers, you can have a full-fledged deployment of irrigational methodologies. Let's say drip irrigation, sprinklers, you can always deploy. But if the size of the farmland is so small that even a large tractor cannot be fitted in that farmland, obviously you can understand the kind of limitations that the farmers will face. So always there will be a kind of a handicapped production, in the sense that it will never be a good productivity which will be generated in that particular case. Okay, so here dominance of food crops, high intensity of land use, each and every parcel of land is made a use of, and it is labor intensive, in the sense that you deploy a large amount of labor force here. So you will find that all the members of the family, right, if let's say you have 10, 11 members, 5, 7 members, whatever is the number, all of them are deployed in the farmland, in the same agricultural piece of land. Someone will do some work, let's say in the morning, someone in the evening, someone at the night time. So it is a kind of a rotational shift generally followed, where each and every member of the family, they have a direct or indirect involvement in the growth of the crops. So that is where it is labor intensive. So for large number of people, maybe 10 people, 11 people, the farmland does not produce enough. So always in this case also, you will find that the farm income is less. Farm income is less. Yes, Nitesh. In order to deploy sprinkler, you need a particular area of land which is present. Otherwise, you don't want to spray water in your neighboring areas. Okay, so traditional methods like crop rotation, mixed cropping, etc., are carried out to maintain soil fertility, because here you will not observe a lot of, for example, you will not observe a lot of fertilizers, etc., being used. Here also, modern tools and techniques and technologies, they are not brought to that much practice. Here also, it is slightly primary, but not as primary as you observed in primitive subsistence. Primitive subsistence is going to be very rudimentary, very basic, right? With a simple hoe and sickle, you will clear the farmland, you will clear the land piece, you will burn it off the rest, you will, whatever seeds are available, you will grow. This is slightly better, slightly improvised, but then again, not as improvised as is the case with commercial farming. So when we talk about commercial farming, there, the primary purpose of carrying out cultivation or agriculture is profit. That whatever I will grow, I will sell it in the market, and that is the money that I will generate. That is the income that I will generate. So here it is not totally dependent on food crops. Here you will find different types of crops being grown depending upon the region. For example, you have large scale commercial cultivation carried out even for tea, coffee, right? The plantation crops that you have. Many of the regions you will find large scale plantation or commercial cultivation carried out for certain kinds of vegetables, fruits. You will find many fruit orchards to be spread across a larger area also. So that is something which is going to be quite prominent here. In many parts of India where commercial farming is carried out, for example, in regions of Punjab and Haryana, you will find that food crops are grown, but they are grown on such a large and massive scale that you end up playing by volume. That let's say you are able to generate 2 tons, 3 tons of wheat in your farmland, then obviously that 2 tons or 3 tons is not for self consumption. When you go there in the market with that huge amount of or huge volume of product, you will always be given a priority. You will have a better bargaining power in terms of price fixation, etc. So that is basically commercial farming. Now, in order to carry commercial farming, you need large land area. You cannot have a small land area, right? Because small land area will never give you that much amount of produce. So here you will find that generally there is a case of very large land holding. Land holdings are going to be very, very large. And mostly you will find single type of crop is grown. Why? So that you are able to produce large volumes as a result of it. So single type of crop is dominant. Sometimes you will find that you will find a mixture of crops also being grown, but that is very rare in case the farmland is much more larger. Only in that case. Otherwise, in majority of the cases, only one, either tea, either coffee, either fruits, either vegetables, either rice or wheat. So a single type of crop is grown in that big a farmland, and it is very commercial in the sense profit is the pure motive. It is capital intensive and labor intensive as well. What do we mean by capital intensive? So when we say capital intensive, that basically means high investment is required for cultivation. How? So you'll set up a network of pipes for drip irrigation. You will include all the modern technological methodologies, modern machineries you will deploy, the modern types of or the different types of disinfectants, sprays, pesticides, everything you will deploy. So that is why it will involve a higher cost. And then again, it is labor intensive. That means in these large farmlands you will require generally large number of people working for you. So that is why in majority of the commercial farms across the world you'll find that migrant laborers, they are the ones, migrant laborers you will find, they are the ones who dominate that farming methodology in terms of the labor supply, be it in India, be it in North America, be it in Europe. Mostly the requirement of the labor is fulfilled by the migrant laborers. Why? Because the migrant laborers are going to be cheap. You don't have to fulfill much of the demands, much of the requirements. And in this, in order to make profit, you need the labor supply to be very, very cheap, the labor cost to be very, very cheap. And that is a category fulfilled ably well by the migrant laborers. Now, the various different changes which have been happening over a period of time. Now, India, it has become a source of supply of these migrant laborers when it comes to the European region, for example, Italy. You will find that many Indians are working there as landless migrant laborers. And generally you will find people who are from the northwestern part of the country, which is in itself agriculturally very progressive, very developed. That is the region of Punjab, Haryana, Western UP. You will find that a lot of people from Punjab, they have been found to migrate to the Central Asia route, and they reach the regions such as Italy, Spain, etc. And there they work as migrant laborers in not a very good condition. Recently there was a kind of a news headline whereby an individual from Punjab who had migrated to Italy through illegal routes. Now, that individual was working there under very bad conditions for almost 2 years, and somehow he managed to escape from there. So that made national and international headlines. So that is where the all the aspects of commercial farming, generally you will find the migrant labor crisis is associated with that. In India, where is it that we find commercial farming? In the regions of Punjab, Haryana, Western UP. Now, in those areas, you will find migrant laborers either from the hilly states who come down the hills during the winter season. They will carry out the process or the laborious work because they also need some amount of income. Or generally, you will find people from the eastern part of the country, that is West Bengal, Jharkhand, Bihar, UP, then you have Odisha, Chhattisgarh. Many people from the eastern part of the country, they also migrate in various different areas. For example, you'll find that many of them migrating into the tea estates in the Nilgiris, in the region of Tamil Nadu and Kerala, and also the migration from the portion of Assam. That is something that you will observe in the chai bagans, the tea gardens of Assam as well. So, labor intensive. Along with that, you need cheap labor is required. Okay. Tea plantation, see, any cultivation which is carried out on a very large scale in a large land holding where the primary purpose is that I will sell it off in the market. Anybody who grows tea, for example, I don't think anybody grows the tea plants with the aim that okay, next year I'll have good tea in my home because this year I'm growing tea on my own. That is not the case. They are growing tea. Why? Because they want to sell it off, right? So when the commercial aspect is the prime motive, it comes under the category of commercial farming. Okay. Now it is generally carried out in a very large land area. So, in most of the cases, you will also find processing infrastructure present in the field itself, in the farmland itself. Here, the processing infrastructure, right? Now, this processing infrastructure means what? Value addition. For example, you grow wheat. Now, when you grow wheat, if you sell that wheat just like this in the market, you will be given a particular price, let's say X. Now, if you process that wheat, maybe generate some wheat or make some wheat pancakes or some other products of wheat flour, etc., you will fetch a higher price in the market. So that is why processing infrastructure, what it does is it provides value addition to the plant, provides value addition to the crops, right? And that is something which provides higher income. Okay. That is a feature that you will find typically to be observed in the tropical and equatorial regions across Asia, Africa, Latin America. Now, here also you have another subtype, that is commercial livestock and grain farming. And it is a kind of a mixed farming. Mixed farming is what? Where from the same piece of land you grow crops as well, and you ensure that you rear the animals as well, right? So animal husbandry and crop cultivation, both of them are carried out. So that is what is mixed farming. So mixed farming is where equal emphasis is laid on crop cultivation and animal husbandry. So this is something which requires even larger piece of land, because you need to grow certain crops such as maize, etc., which will provide food for the animals also. And it provides you with a lot of income diversification and a sort of income insurance as well. That if I lose, let's say, in a particular season due to unseasonal rainfall, I have lost the crops. The crops have been destroyed. Now that should not mean that I am without any income at all. I should have some amount of income. So where do you get that? You get that from the animal products. Animal products, for example, you have milk, meat, skin, hide, etc. You have various different aspects. So that is how you can make some money at least. So that is why in the larger land areas, mixed farming is very easily followed. However, mixed farming can be followed even in a slightly smaller land area. It does not require always a very large land area. And various different committees of the government, they have also pointed out that look, beyond a point, if you want to increase the farm income, you will have to nudge the farmers towards mixed farming. Only then they will be able to earn something tangible, right? Something different, because the food prices in our country, the food prices, they are not going to rise exponentially. The food prices are largely consistent. And if the food prices are consistent, the farm income will also be consistent, because you have a lot of middlemen in Indian agriculture as well. So that is why mixed farming is something which should generally be followed as a cultivational method, as an agricultural practice, to diversify the income and to ensure better returns. Now, here, when we observe this commercial livestock and grain farming, it is observed in humid temperate areas, northwestern part of Europe, East North America. So in larger areas, typically where you have very large farmland size, the regions of Ukraine and portions of Central Asia, also the erstwhile parts of USSR, right? Australia, New Zealand, Tasmania, in all these regions, you have these crops along with the cattle which are taken care of. So, intensive use of land is made here also, in the sense that each and every parcel of the land that is made a use of. High level of modernization and commercialization. It is also going to be capital intensive, labor intensive. That is the feature. Okay. Now, after that, we come to what is referred to as the cropping pattern. Cropping pattern. Now, what do we understand by cropping pattern? In simplest of the terms, it is the pattern in which you grow crops. Now, what do we mean by the pattern in which we grow crops? The arrangement in which you grow crops. So, if you have a farmland, you can grow multiple crops in that farmland, or you can grow only one type of a crop, wait for the next season, and again grow the same crop. So you can have multiple growths or one crop. So accordingly, that is something which decides or which tells us the cropping pattern of a region. So that is the broader classification. When we talk about the broader classification, can be monocropping, monocropping and multi-cropping. Mixed farming means that mixed farming, Jyoti, refers to growth of crop cultivation as well as animal husbandry. I have indicated here. Mixed farming, I have demarcated it twice. Crop cultivation and animal husbandry. That is mixed farming. Okay. So we have basically a monocropping or multi-cropping. Monocropping means growing one crop, a single crop. And multi-cropping refers to growing multiple crops at the same time. Now, this can be done in various different methodologies. One can be intercropping, another can be mixed cropping, And then another can be, for example, sequence cropping. Okay. So you can grow multiple crops by either of these patterns in general. Now, what do we understand by intercropping, mixed cropping, sequence cropping? What is the meaning of this? So, for example, if let's say I have a farmland, now in that farmland, I decide to grow two crops, two different types of crops. Okay. So, what I do is that in one row, let's suppose I grow wheat. In another row, let's suppose I grow a vegetable. Let's suppose I grow a vegetable here. Then after that, I grow, let's say, mustard. Then again after that, I will plant wheat. Then again after that, I will plant a vegetable. And then again after that, I will plant a row of mustard. Now, what do you observe here in general? You will observe that the plants, the crops, they are grown in a fixed row pattern, isn't it? They are grown in a fixed row pattern in general. Different crops are grown, but they are grown in a fixed row pattern, isn't it? That is what is referred to as intercropping. Whenever you grow crops in a definite row pattern and proper arrangement is there and delineation is there, that is mixed cropping, or that is rather intercropping. Now, what do we understand by mixed cropping? So again, here, let's suppose if we have the farmland. In the farmland, let's suppose I grow wheat here. Okay. Let's suppose I grow a piece of vegetable or a kind of a vegetable here. Let's suppose here I grow another kind, maybe chilies. I grow chilies here. Okay. Let's suppose here I grow another kind of crop, maybe mustard. And here, after that, I grow some kind of pulses which are available. Now, what do you observe there? Here also multiple crops are being grown, but there is no definite row pattern. It is mixed, right? So no definite pattern for growth. No definite pattern or arrangement. And that comes in the category of mixed cropping. So in both these cases, you are growing multiple crops in the same field. But then, how are you growing them? That dictates what is the pattern. For example, if you're growing them in definite row pattern or in definite row arrangement, it is intercropping. But if it is mixed and somewhere you will have chilies, then you will have, let's say, potatoes, then you will have other vegetables, just as an example. So that will be mixed cropping. Then what do we understand by sequence? Sequence, I hope we understand the English meaning of the term sequence, right? There is a kind of uh, a set pattern in terms of time that only after an event, the next event is triggered. So that is sequence. Now, here, for example, in the in a piece of farmland, what you do is, if you have a piece of farmland, so as the monsoon season comes, during the monsoon season and after the monsoon rains, let's suppose you plant here rice in the whole area. Then you harvest rice in the month of October. Then in the month of late November and December, you plant wheat, right? So you plant wheat. You harvest wheat in the month of March and April. Then again, you plant, let's say, watermelon in the month of May. and you harvest it in the month of June, and then again you plant rice, again you plant wheat. So at one point of time you are growing only one kind of a crop, but then over a large season, over 1 year, you are growing multiple crops, but in a sequence. So first you are growing rice, then you are growing wheat, then again you are growing rice. So that is something which continues in a sequence. So that is what is sequence cropping. Okay, so sequence cropping, you grow multiple different crops in a sequence, not at the same time. So this is the definition aspect of all of them. Monocropping overall is what? It refers to growing of only one crop on a piece of land year after year regularly. You keep on doing that. Multiple cropping, growing of two or more crops in the same piece of land in one calendar year. Now, this is of different types: intercropping, mixed cropping, and sequence cropping. When we say intercropping, then two or more crops simultaneously with a definite row pattern. That is a characteristic of intercropping. When we talk about mixed cropping, growing two or more crops without any row pattern, which are commingled with each other. That is a phenomena that you will find here. Then after that, sequence cropping. Now, here what do? You grow two or more crops in a sequence in the same piece of land. For example, rice, wheat cycle that we have in major parts of the country. So that is generally what is the cropping pattern which is observed. Okay, is that understood? Good. Fertility of the soil obviously gets drained over a period of time in the sequence cropping. That will happen. Nirbhay, you had a doubt. Is that understood or that is not understood? Shreyank, sometimes seeds of two or more crops are mixed together and sown. That will be mixed cropping. Okay. Aditya, sequence cropping is basically when you have the same or in the same piece of land. For example, you grow, let's say, rice, then in the winter you grow wheat, then again in the summer you grow rice, again in the winter you grow wheat. So that is, you are growing in a sequence. Okay, so that is what is sequence cropping. Understand, Nirbhay, you also understand that when you grow the in the same piece of land different crops in a kind of a sequence, that is what is sequence cropping. And when we say mixed cropping, in mixed cropping you can grow multiple crops at the same time. In sequence cropping you don't do that. You don't grow multiple crops at the same time. In mixed cropping you grow multiple crops at the same time. You distribute the seeds, you commingle the seeds, and you grow them randomly. Some vegetable will grow, and next to it maybe mustard will grow, next to it maybe a fruit will grow. So this is a kind of a commingled growth that you observe in mixed cropping. Is that understood? Right? Good. It helps in increasing the fertility of the soil. Yes, mixed cropping generally, when you grow those kinds of crops, for example, leguminous plants, etc., it will always augment the soil fertility. Inter and mixed cropping, the amount of crops will be low. If you have a large land area, Sejal, then you will have a diversified crop output. So it will give you a kind of an income support as well, and a larger income if you grow, let's say, fruits and vegetables, etc. Okay, right? Jyoti, I did not say mixed cropping is production of crops and animal husbandry. My dear friend, please understand this is mixed cropping that we are talking about. This was mixed farming that we were talking about. Mixed farming is different from mixed cropping. Farming will include methodologies of animal husbandry, and mixed cropping will only be about the growing of crops. Kindly wake up, guys. I understand it is the morning time, but kindly wake up. Then, sequence cropping, does it maintain the fertility of the soil? No, over a period of time, it does. drain away. The fertility is drained away. Monocropping example, for suppose you carry out tea plantation, you will only grow tea plants, and then next year you will again plant that. So that is the example of monocropping. Okay. Now, then after that, we come to the cropping seasons that we have. What are the various cropping seasons that we experience? So we do grow crops during the Rabi season, Kharif season, as well as the Zayed season. Now, when we say the Rabi season, so here this is also what is referred to as the winter crop in general. This is also what is referred to as the winter crop. Kharif, they are referred to as the monsoon crops. And Zayed, they are referred to as the summer crops. So here in the Rabi season, the sowing of the plants. So sowing is done generally in the month of November, December, sometimes late October itself, but from the month of November to December, that is when you plant the crops in this case. For example, wheat, mustard, etc., barley, they can be taken as an example. Then in this case, harvesting. Harvesting is when you take out the product, when you sow, or when you basically reap the fruits or the grains in general. So harvesting is done in the month of March, April. That is when you'll find the harvest being carried out. That is why when you experience unseasonal rains, particularly in the month of, let's say, March, or even in the case of April, you'll find that the wheat growing regions of the country, they start to panic because there is a loss of lot of crops due to unseasonal thunderstorms, rainfall, etc. So that is basically all the Rabi crops. So the next time when you hear about unseasonal rains in the month of March, always get an idea that the wheat crop would be getting damaged, right? Because if the crop is about to be harvested and then sudden downpour happens, all the crops, they get destroyed in that heavy downpour. Okay. Now then you have the kharif. So kharif crops in general, you'll find that the sowing is done after the first batch of monsoonal rainfall that is received. That is when the sowing is done in the kharif season. So here when we say the sowing is done, so in many areas at the end of June itself, but generally in the months of July, right, later part of June, July, and some in some cases even in the month of August, the crops are planted. So generally in the month of June, July, late June, not early part of June, never early part of June, always later part of June, or it is better if you write here July, August, rather than having so many clarifications. Better write here July, August. After the rainfall has been received, after the soil has received that moisture, then you plant these crops. And then after that, you harvest. So, example of this rice, cotton, these are the examples of this. Then harvest is done in the month of generally late September or October. Okay. So late September, October, that is when the harvest happens. Depends. For example, if in an area, or let's say a variety of rice has been planted in the early part of July, you will harvest it in the end of September itself. But if you have planted it in August, you will harvest it, let's say, in late October or sometimes early November as well. So that depends, depending upon or that varies depending upon the type of plant that you are growing and also the growing period which is available. Then you have Zaid crops, the summer crops. Now these crops require very little amount of time. Very less amount of time is required for the growth of these crops. Now here when we say Zaid, this is generally sown. Sowing is done in the month of April or May in general. April, majorly in the early April or end April. That is when you will sow the crops and then harvest. Harvest is done in the month of June. So April to June is the time for the growth of. So here you have musk melon, cucumber, for example, watermelon. These are the kinds of crops which are grown here. Okay, so you have these various different types of seasons. Now, please understand, our country's climatic conditions are so unique that while the regions of, let's say, Punjab, Haryana, they are experiencing winter season and they will be growing rabi crops. Regions of Coromandel coastline, that is Tamil Nadu, they will be receiving rainfall and the conditions will be ideal for the growth of rice. Okay, so the climatic conditions are so unique that we don't have a particular strict following that, okay, in this month only these kinds of crops will grow, in this month only XYZ kind of crops will grow. It is something which is dependent and varied on the regional basis also. Okay, so these are few of the examples. So barley, wheat, peas, mustard, all of these are basically your rabi crops. All of these are rabi. Winter crops in general, they require lower temperature for growth. Water requirement is not very high, right? They will generally grow if the amount of water or rainfall availability is around 50 to 75 centimeter or 80 centimeter. They will grow very easily well. But when we talk about the kharif crops, paddy, maize, jowar, cotton, tur, groundnut, soybean, all these are basically your kharif crops. Now they are grown immediately after the monsoonal rainfall has provided moisture to the soil. So after that, you will find the growth of these particular plants in general. Okay, they will require some amount of moisture availability, and that is why monsoonal crops. And then you have the Zayed crops, short growing time, very short growing period, and very quickly they will mature. So generally, you will find that people, after they harvest the wheat, and if the conditions are still suitable, and before the next batch of planting of kharif crops, many people you will find they grow zayed crops in order to ensure two purposes. First, that the land should not be left barren. If the land is left barren, means what? The topsoil will be exposed. And if the topsoil is exposed, means what? There will be chances of soil erosion happening. And that is never good for a farmland. So you need some crop to cover that. And Zayed crop will also give you good return. So that is basically the aspect of the growing seasons and the cropping seasons that we have. Okay, very frankly and honestly, I want you to say how many of us have still have a doubt between mixed cropping and mixed farming. Okay, because I see these comments popping up in between. That is it same? Is it one and the same, etc. So very quickly, I will tell you again. When we say mixed cropping, we are talking about growing crops without a set pattern. Multiple crops are grown in the set pattern. When we say mixed farming, that is the larger aspect of agricultural cultivation, where in the same piece of farmland, you ensure that you are growing crops and you take care of your animals as well, cattle, right? Maybe goats, maybe cows, buffaloes, etc. So when you bring in animal husbandry along with crop cultivation, that is mixed farming. But when you are purely concerned with the growing of crops and the distribution of the crops in the farmland, that is going to be mixed cropping. Okay, I hope that is understood, right? Which pattern is better to get nutrients to land? Generally, it is said that you should have mixed cropping or intercropping definitely being carried out, provided that in those you have the good crop mixture, in the sense that you have leguminous plants, also pulses, etc., which can carry out nitrogen fixation. Okay, mixed cropping is possible in mixed farming. Absolutely, yes, my dear friend. Um, Paddy we see in both Rabi and Kharif. Yes, see, basically understand the perspective here. The climatic conditions are very different in different parts of the country. As I gave you the example, take for example the region of, let's say, Assam, West Bengal, coastal Odisha, then you have coastal Tamil Nadu, Malabar coastline. These areas will receive rainfall almost throughout the year. There, the warmer conditions will prevail throughout the year, so there you will find the conditions prevalent where you can grow rice, right? So rice will be grown. Even you have three breeds of rice which is grown. One breed of rice is planted in the month of June, harvested in the late August, early September. Another is planted in the end of July and then harvested in the month of October. Then you have another one which is generally observed, which is planted in the month of November, December. That is during the time of the northeast monsoon and the retreat of the monsoon. During that time, also Coromandel coastline observes the plantation of rice, right? The Boro variety of rice. So that will be planted around the month of November, December, harvested during the month of February, March. Now understand, during the same time period, Punjab will plant wheat and harvest wheat. Tamil Nadu is going to plant rice and harvest rice. Why? Because of the climatic differences which are in existence. Okay? Is that understood? Good. Then I have another question. Nisarga, diversifying crops gives assured returns to the farmers. Absolutely, yes. Then after that, Ashwant, what is the secret behind your tireless work? Won't you feel tired? Ashwant, see, at the end of the day, for example, when that day prelims results were declared, right? And when we could see many of our students, many of the people that we have had the good fortune of mentoring, when they message you, when they mail you that they have cleared the exam, that joy in itself is enough to push yourself throughout the year. I hope someday you understand that feeling which is there. It is very nice. Uh, Please also define about bumper joy. There's nothing as bumper joy, there is bipper joy. And we have talked about the cyclonic formation and the entire cyclone formation and the naming also. Kindly take a look into the portion of cyclones where we have talked about the development of the tropical cyclone. We have also talked about why it tends to hit the Gujarat coastline and the Maharashtra coastline. We have also talked about the seasons of the formation of the cyclone. So all of you, many of you, I see you have attended the sessions of cyclone. How many of you are finding it easier this time to follow the portion of Biparjoy and the development of Biparjoy and the eye of the cyclone and the circulation that the cyclone has? I'm sure there would be some change as compared to the previous years when you would be following the cyclone. How many of you have found it a bit easier to follow it this time? Very good. So, if you understand the basics of how they are formed, why they are created, where they will be created, that is something which will automatically, while the entire television news and media channels, they will be harping about it that you'd never know that landfall, when it will happen, you never know. Maybe the entire Arabian Sea comes over to Gujarat, but I'm sure all of you who would have studied this, you would be absolutely certain about the next features which would follow as the development of cyclone takes place. I hope now you are also able to understand when the cyclone will dissipate. Okay, so that is something that I hope that this portion of geography was is going to help you. And also, the aspect that I wanted to ask you guys is the onset of monsoon. Now, you would have observed that in many parts of the country, the rainfall received is being very less. The onset has happened, but rainfall is not happening. Why? Because there's no development of acute low pressure. Why? Because the rainfall which is happening has moderated the low pressure development. Rainfall happening due to Biparjoy in these areas. Now, also, I want you to do another thing, only if you are interested enough. I want you to do another thing. IMD, Indian Meteorological Department, circulates the weather pattern, the weather map. Observe the larger circle made around Biparjoy and observe those areas which are not in that circulation pattern. Those areas are not receiving rainfall as of now. So you will observe that how the winds, if you observe the map, that is yesterday's map or today's map, you will observe how the winds are curving all the way from the region around Bay of Bengal. They are hitting the Myanmar region and then they are curving from the top of the Himalayas. Observe that particular map also. You will get much clearer idea. Okay. And that also, when we have studied the cyclone, I hope now we are able to understand which is the next cyclonic name which will be ascribed. I hope that also is clear. So next cyclonic name will be very good, beautiful. Means you have looked at that particular PPT. So it is next will be named Tej, whether it is occurring in Bay of Bengal or the region of Arabian Sea, it will be named as Tej, the name which has been given by India. Then you have Hamoon, Midli, and so on. Okay. Yes, you will find it at IMD website. You'll find that. Don't worry about it. Okay. Then okay. So I hope the anyone who has doubt in those portions of cyclone, you can basically revise it with the recorded videos now that are available. So now what we will be doing is we will be talking about the various different crops, the conditions required for the growth of these crops. Nisarga, is it right to say cyclones in Arabian Sea will be stronger than the cyclones formed in Bay of Bengal? Not always the case. And never can you have that conclusion. See, the last two super cyclones that we have had, super cyclones are the ones where the wind speed oftentimes exceeds 250 km per hour. Right? In the case of Biparjoy, what is the wind speed? Around 125 km per hour. So when the wind speed will exceed 250 km per hour, that is a super cyclone. So the last time that you had a super cyclone was in the region of Bay of Bengal. It was the cyclone Ampan, which struck the Bay of Bengal coastline around end April and early May 2020. So Bay of Bengal will get very heated up, but does not mean that Arabian Sea won't heat up. So that is also a kind of a example. Then what is Tur? Tur is a kind of a pulses that you have. Okay. Biparjoy basically means sorrow in a nutshell. Okay. Now, when we talk about the various crops, so starting with rice. Now, rice is considered to be a tropical crop, generally to be grown in areas of the tropics only you will find. You will never find rice to be grown in temperate areas. So why? Because the temperature required is greater than 22 to 25 degrees Celsius plus. That in that temperature range, the crop of rice will grow. Ideally, it grows well if the rainfall availability is between 120 centimeter to 140 centimeter, even more. So ideally, rice will grow very well in these areas. But minimum rainfall requirement should be 100 centimeter. That is the minimum rainfall requirement which should be present. Now, In many areas now, irrigation facilities have been made available, but then that much rainfall is not present. So, extraction of groundwater, etc., they make up for the shortfall in water supply. But in a way, that means exploiting our natural resources to grow a crop which is not suitable for a particular area, which is not suited for a region. Now, ideally, if you will observe, you have in many areas, that is the region of the coastal parts of the country, eastern coastal plains that I just gave you the example of, rice is grown throughout the year in various different seasons. You have os, aman, boro planted at the different time, harvested at the different time. So because the conditions, when they are suitable, when they are prevalent throughout the year, when you receive that much amount of moisture in the form of rainfall throughout the year, you can also end up growing crops throughout the year. So in many areas such as states of Assam, West Bengal and Odisha, you'll find that the three varieties of rice are grown, different harvesting and different sowing season. Now, the major rice growing and the minor rice growing areas. Now, here always follow a particular kind of a trick here. Whenever you have to understand Os, Aman, Boro, these are the varieties of rice that you have. Always understand the one basic fact. Whenever you have to find out what is the most predominant crop grown in a region, always look at the staple diet, right? What is the staple diet? What is the staple diet? Means the typical food that is consumed during the different times of the day. Generally, you will find people of a region, they will consume that food which is grown very easily and naturally in that area. People in general, for example, if you go to, let's say, West Bengal, right? Because one of you had given the example of this. If you go to West Bengal, you will not find people having avocados in their daily diet, will you? Right? You will not find people having oranges in their daily diet. No. You'll find people having fish as a part of their daily diet and maybe rice. So that is because that is found easily in that region. Right? Similarly, when you go to the temperate areas of the world, let's say you go to Central Asia beyond, now, there you will find different forms of breads being consumed. All the various varieties of breads in Europe, also in continental areas. Why? Because wheat is grown very easily. There you will not find people having dumplings, rice dumplings, and so on. And then go to the eastern part of Asia. You will always find all the food items, be it rice noodles, be it rice cakes, be it rice wrappings. So, rice is an integral part. Means what? Rice is typically grown in that area. So, in a diverse country like India, when you have to think about it, that what is the ideal crop or the typical crop grown in that region, always look at the staple diet. What is the staple diet that people consume in that area? Okay, so that is something which will always give you an idea. And see, please here don't have that argument that see, in this particular state, I am from this state, I consume rice also, I consume wheat also, I consume maize also, I consume fish also, I consume vegetable also. It is not that diversified plate I am talking about. I am talking about the traditional household in that particular state. If you have 3 meals a day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year, what is the most predominant diet throughout which is consumed? So that is something which gives you an idea. So here, when we talk about the major rice growing areas, you will generally observe the eastern part of the country. Why? Eastern and southern? Because they receive high amount of rainfall. Rice is a crop which thrives in high amount of rainfall. And then here, these are the minor areas, minor rice growing areas which are prevalent. Okay, so there generally the northeastern, northwestern part, that is Punjab, Haryana, Western UP, etc. There rice is, the rainfall received is very less. But why is rice grown there? Because irrigation facilities are there, right? You have a lot of tube wells, a lot of canals which have been dug out. Okay, but sir, in Japan we found rice rumblings. though in temperate areas. What is the amount? What do you think will be the amount of rainfall received in Japan, Deepak? The amount of rainfall received in Japan, will it be high or will it be low? What do you think? It is high. It is a kind of an island physiography, isn't it? The amount of rainfall is high. Rice cultivation is very predominant in Japan. It is by that rice cultivation where Japan has come up with very innovative products as well, where you had an experimentation where it was found out that those people who carry out the rice cultivation, their hands are not aging. So that means there must be a special ingredient in that rice. So rice is a very traditional food crop in Japan. And what is the other cuisine, Japanese cuisine, that it is well known for? You will have rice dumplings and then you will have fish, some of the other varieties of fish, coastal landscape. And there also in the region of Japan, what do you have? You have the mixing of Kuroshio and Oyashio currents, don't you? So as a result of that, the fish production will be extraordinarily high. That is why you will find all the varieties of fishes to be consumed in Japan. So always the staple food will be the food which is found naturally, right? Understand the larger perspective here. Okay. Now, then we have the crop of wheat. So, wheat is a subtropical or a temperate crop. Wheat is something which is grown in lower temperatures, doesn't require very high temperature, doesn't grow well if the rainfall is very high. So, ideally, the rainfall required is 50 to 75 centimeter, right? So, obviously, drier areas, temperate areas, and cooler conditions are required. At the time of sowing of the crops, some amount of rainfall is good for the wheat crop. But then at the time of harvesting, there should be bright sunshine because that is when the grains will dry up sufficiently well. When you go to the market to sell wheat, the price that you are paid is dependent on the moisture content of the grain. If the grain that you are selling is drier, you will be given better price. If the grain that you are selling is damp, is moist, you won't be getting a fair price out of it. So that is the roughly the moisture content where you get good prices. If the grain has moisture content of less than 20%, then you are given adequate amount of price also. So that is the case with, so that is why in all the colder areas of the world, traditionally wheat is something which is very naturally grown. So it requires a cool growing season and bright sunshine at the time of harvesting. So overall, if you take a look at the regions of wheat, now observe here the traditional areas where wheat is consumed. So you will observe these are the major areas where the wheat is not only consumed but also wheat is grown. Okay, wheat is traditionally grown in these areas. And nowadays, wheat is also to be grown in the regions around the northern part of Uttar Pradesh, the northeastern part of Uttar Pradesh, northern part of Bihar, etc. There also wheat is found to be grown. Okay. Now, that is basically again about the crop of wheat. Overall, if you observe the growth, so India is the second largest producer of both rice and wheat after China, and we have managed to produce around 111 million tons of wheat and around 128 million tons of rice in the past year or so. And this, the latest estimate also indicates that this will increase. However, this year, the conditions are a bit dicey. Why? Or conditions are a bit unpredictable. Why? Because this year we have had rainfall continuously in the northern part through the months of March and April, due to which many of the wheat crops have been destroyed. And also because the month of June is comparatively going to be drier because of the vagaries of the monsoon. So, also planting for the rice crop is going to get slightly delayed. And we are expecting the El Nino phenomena to hit us by the time that we are in the month of August. So you can understand the implication of it also. So this year, that is why the food production is on a bit of a shaky ground. Okay. Then we come across to millets. Millets which are referred to as the poor farmer's friend, in the sense that these are the crops which don't have many tantrums, so to say. Rice requires these conditions, wheat requires these conditions, sugarcane requires these conditions. Millets don't have any such preconditions. Millets will grow in any kind of soil which might not be very fertile. Older alluvium, millets will grow. Newer alluvium, millets will grow. Hilly soil, millets will grow. Less rainfall, millets will grow. Lack of irrigation, millets will grow. So they don't require much of a hand holding, in simplest of the terms. They can grow in multiple conditions, any conditions basically. And also, you will observe that these crops, they have multiple benefits. First of all, they are very nutritious, much more nutritious than the rice and the wheat that we consume. Millets are much, much more nutritious. In fact, traditionally, you will find evidences of millets to be grown in India for thousands of years, right? In fact, before Green Revolution and before independence, you will find that millets were a predominant crop type being grown as a food crop across the country, because in a tropical country where the rainfall is very unpredictable, where sometimes the summer can get very oppressive, etc., millets can grow naturally. They are very nutritious, and secondly, they can be used as fodder as well. They can be used for the feeding your animals as well. So they will also solve the purpose of mixed farming. So that is where millets are significantly helpful. Now, overall, this year, that is the year of 2023, has been declared as International Year of Millets. And that is to highlight the role of millets in general, right? And a country like India, where more than half of the population, in terms of the child population, they are malnourished. Either they experience stunting or wasting at some levels. And also, you'll find that a large section of the population, particularly female population, they suffer from anemia, right? So these millets, which consist of significant amount of iron in them, that can be very, very helpful. So that is why the solution as of now, or the problem that the country faces, is not the absolute shortage of food grains. No. Yes, you still have substantial population who don't have access to food grains, who are not there in any government records, etc. So giving them food grains or providing food grains is a difficult task. But then majority of the population, they are getting the food grains but still suffering from malnutrition, because the food grains, they don't have enough nourishment in them. Okay, so in India, the major millets that you will find is jowar, bajra, and ragi. These are the major kind of millets that you will come across. Okay, now here jowar, that is also what is referred to as sorghum. Okay, it is a kind of a rain-fed crop. Rain-fed crops basically are what? That don't require additional source of irrigation, that will grow naturally well. Even when you talk about, let's say, whenever you have little amount of rainfall, they will grow particularly well. This is what jowar or sorghum appears to look like in general. Okay, this is your jowar. Now, after this, when we talk about bajra, bajra, first of all, look what the crop looks like. This is bajra. Bajra is also what is referred to as pearl millet. And observe the conditions required for growth: 40 to 60 centimeter of rainfall, right? Very little amount of rainfall. Temperature, wide range of 20 to 30 degrees Celsius. In that temperature, it will grow particularly well. Okay, so not very great conditions required in general, or not a typical condition required, a very generalistic condition. So poor man's staple nourishment, and suitable to be cultivated even in dry lands, and they can be used as valuable animal fodder as well. So that will help in mixed farming. Again, I will write farming. Helps in mixed farming. Okay, When millets have nutrition and India is not able to give us nutrition, then why India is not producing millets? India is producing millets. My dear friend, India is producing millets, but are you consuming millets? Get me that answer. If you find millets in the market, do you consume millets? You don't, because the over a period of time, the customer choice, the consumer behavior changes. That is the pattern, the nudge economics that you would have probably studied in the portion of economics. Over a period of time, the production pattern ends up changing the consumer behavior also. So a large section of the present generation, they are not even aware what the millets are. They have never even consumed millets, right? So obviously you cannot expect that to be the first choice of the grade. Yes, many of the states are working towards providing millets as a kind of in the public distribution system and even during midday meal scheme, but there is a kind of a inertial pushback in the sense that not many people readily accept it, but slowly and steadily a lot of work is being. For example, take the state example of state of Karnataka. Karnataka has been working tremendously hard to promote the growth or the promote the consumption of ragi. Okay, ragi, which is also referred to as finger millet. Ragi is the traditional staple food that you will find in the hinterlands of Karnataka, the very famous ragi balls or ragi mudde as they are referred to. So that has always been the traditional staple diet, very rich in calcium, iron, etc., microfibers. So that ragi is now being promoted in various different forms. You have ragi pancakes, you have ragi cakes which are available, the ground ragi and etc. powdered form. It is being circulated, it is being generated, and slowly and steadily the awareness level. That is why. Why do you think? What is the purpose that you think that India has asked for the declaration of 2023 as the year of millets? What do you think is the reason, larger reason behind this? Is it because India wants to celebrate this year that millets? I told that, and this year, see, UN is celebrating that, so I am happy this year. Do you think that is the purpose? No. The purpose is to raise awareness so that when the world realizes, when let alone the world, in our country itself, when everyone realizes, there will be greater demand. And whenever there is greater demand, people will produce that. As of now, what is the problem? There is no demand itself. People mostly have the demand for rice, wheat, rice, wheat. So farmers, what they grow? Rice, wheat, rice, wheat. So that is where unsustainability in agriculture is come. That is why if there is a global demand, you will have agricultural exports also from India. So that is why you have the declaration as International Year of Millets. Okay. Now, ragi is a crop of dry regions and grows well on any kind of soil that you provide. On the hilly tracts where the soil is not particularly deep enough, right? Because in the plains, the soil has got a vertical profile deep enough. In the hilly region, the soil is shallow. So there, not many crops can grow, even in those areas. So Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, Jharkhand, Arunachal Pradesh, in all these areas, ragi is something which grows particularly well. Okay. Now, after that, Nisarga, that is being done. Midday meal scheme, etc. That is where, see, various different state governments, the central government, all of them, they are trying to solve this problem. And it is something which will take some time to solve. Even if you want to include a new diet or a new portion in, let's say, the midday meal scheme, it is not going to be as simple that tomorrow do one thing, as you see in the movies, that the minister decides. So next day, someone goes to the market, buys that, and starts providing it in the midday meal scheme. No, you need to have a proper vision document that, for example, if you are providing ragi or if you are providing bajra, what is the nutritional outtake that you are expecting? What portion are you expecting? You need a proper homologation certification done for that. What is going to be your source of supply? Then tenders would be floated. Then there would be acceptance of those products. So it is something which takes time. Many different states are working incredibly for this, and they have taken a lot of lead already in this. Telangana is coming up with schemes for that as well. Okay. Now, first state to implement midday meal scheme. Read about the politics of Tamil Nadu. Not only very interesting, but it will give you an idea about the midday meal scheme as well. So that is where it first of all started in large scale in Tamil Nadu. Then, when we talk about maize, maize is another crop which can be utilized both as food and fodder. Now, maize basically, you will observe that it has also got fibrous content and it grows well in temperatures between 21 to 27 degrees Celsius and rainfall roughly around 75 centimeter. Rainfall approximately around 75 centimeter. Okay, 75 centimeter of rainfall, 70 to 80 centimeter of rainfall, you will experience or you can grow maize. It grows well in the older alluvial soil as well, the Bhangar soil. There also it can grow well. Now, around 25% of the global maize production is carried out by United States alone. That is responsible for close to 25% of the maize production. So, but there, you will never hear about the problem that the farm income has reduced due to overproduction. In our country, we experience that. We observe that. That in the particularly in the case of sugar production, we come across these news headlines, don't we? That there are a lot of arrears. The farm income in case of sugarcane farming and sugar cultivation that has reduced because there is oversupply. But why don't we hear the same news story in United States? That is because they go for food processing and value addition. So the maize that they use, so maize is not only consumed as the corn that you find on the sides of the roads. Maize can be used for artificial sugar, sweeteners, for manufacturing of starch, adhesives, right? For manufacturing of alcoholic beverages, etc. Protein, food sweeteners, pharmaceutical, package and paper industry because it has got some fibrous property. So all that basically is utilized as the byproduct of maize. So always, whenever you provide value addition to the crops, it will always give the farmer enough amount of income because now you are not only dependent that okay these corn kernels if they will be sold I will have some money, otherwise I will have to search for other avenues. No. So that is why value addition to the crops is absolutely essential. Now in India, do we carry out value addition in general? No. In certain pockets that is now being observed. Again, example of Karnataka, value addition is being done to the crops of millets. That is a good example for that matter, right? So value addition when you do to the crops, that is where you need large mega food parks also which are being established. Those mega food parks, they provide you a collective value addition to be carried out and better return for the farmers as well. Okay, then you have pulses. India is not only one of the largest producers but also one of the largest consumers of pulses across the world. We consume north to south, east to west. Pulses are consumed in the daily diet, right? So you will find some or the other pattern of pulses being consumed. Why? Because pulses are a rich source of protein. In a country where largely the diet is vegetarian, predominantly the diet is vegetarian. And again, please understand when I say diet is vegetarian, I don't want anyone to talk about, but I consume non-veg. Last Thursday I had non-veg. No, don't think about that. Think about it 3 meals a day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year. What is the predominant diet that you consume? It is largely going to be vegetarian in majority of the cases at least. So the source of protein is lacking. There is not enough source of protein. So that is why pulses are consumed. They are a source of protein. Soybean is also a source of protein, but it is slightly on the costlier side. So the larger mass, they don't consume it. Now, this also, pulses also, they will grow well in temperatures around 25 to 30 degrees Celsius. They will also grow well in dependent only upon the rainfall. So they also can be grown as rain fed crop. Okay. It can be grown as a rain-fed crop, means dependent on rainfall. It can be grown in older alluvium, and it is beneficial for the soil also, because it will allow the natural nitrogen fixation to happen in the soil. So also beneficial for the soil in general. So you have various different types of pulses which are grown. So you have tur, urad, moong, masoor, peas, grams, different types of pulses which are grown across the different parts of the country. Then you have sugarcane. Sugarcane is basically again a tropical and a subtropical crop. So typically, this also requires high amount of water availability, high amount of rainfall. Around 100 centimeter of rainfall is required, and temperature of 21 to 27 degrees Celsius. India is the second largest. It has become the largest recently, but this position keeps on changing. Together, India and Brazil, they are the largest producers of sugar and sugarcane in the world, because majority of that sugarcane is utilized for manufacturing of sugar in general, right? You'll find that sugarcane is utilized to manufacture sugar as a output. Now the byproduct of it, that is when you talk about, let's say, bagasse, molasses, molasses etc. These are the byproducts. Now these byproducts can be used for biofuels, right? They can be, that is the ethanol blending program in the fuel that we have launched. So biofuels, ethanol can be manufactured, and then also for packaging materials, etc. So that is where sugarcane and the byproducts of it, that is also going to be very, very beneficial. Earlier, the traditional sugarcane growing regions would be concentrated around Uttar Pradesh, parts of Bihar, parts of Punjab, etc. But over the past decade or more, we have been observing a shift of the sugarcane industry to the southern part of the country. And the reason is that, look, these conditions, when you talk about these conditions in the southern part of the country, they are prevalent throughout the year. Whereas in the northern part of the country, this condition is prevalent only around 6 to 8 months. Then you have the winter season when the conditions become very, very cold, isn't it? So that is where you have to understand that general shift is being observed to the southern part of the country because of longer growing season. Longer growing season means the sugarcane also will have higher sugar content in general. And southern part of the country in general has got better infrastructure. Processing facilities are better, the farm to industry connectivity, the road network is better, and the farm organizations, the cooperatives, they are better organized. So that is why the sugar industry is shifting to the southern part of the country from the northern portion. Okay. And then we have certain plantation crops. We will basically take a look at it after a break. So we take a break, 15 minutes. Lakshmi, rainfall sometimes is measured in millimeter also. Yes, Karthik, it does. Food product processing and value addition is decreased amount of nutrition. Not always. You have fortification of food, which is also carried out. Processing facility is basically when you process it, when you treat it in order to, let's say, for example, wheat. You grind the wheat to produce wheat flour, right? And that is consumed by the or in demand in the market. So that is the processing facility. Rainfall is measured in centimeter, in the sense that you have the rain gauge with which we measure the amount of rainfall which is received, right? So that is basically the aspect of measurement of rainfall. Nisarga, about the ecology. Okay. So about the ecology sessions, when they will be held, I'll let you know. Depending upon the schedule, you will be given an idea. Tushar, it is 16th today, but monsoon has not started yet. And that is because the low pressure has not become intense yet. Because throughout the month of May and through the month of April itself, the northern part of the country has been receiving some or the other amount of rainfall. So that is why it has not intensified yet. It is supposed to intensify later June and in July, but again in August, we are going to expect an El Nino impact. So let's see. Fingers crossed. Okay. Mathly, I will try my level best, my dear friend. I'll take the portion of environment. These portions, since river module, are quite heavy. How to revise? Reading it again and again, my dear friend. That is the only option. Read it again and again. And also, please don't have the expectation from yourself that the first day that you are reading something, you will learn that. Never have that expectation. The moment you have that expectation, disappointment will follow. It will come after multiple reiterations. Okay, let's take a break. A confirmation about the audio, please, guys. If the audio is clear and available, kindly confirm the same. Thank you. So now we come over to the portion of plantation crops. Plantation crops basically, they end up indicating any kind of crop that you grow in larger area. Commercial farming is the perspective or is the important aspect of plantation cultivation. So here you have commercial farming, which is carried out. So in different parts of the country, you have different crops which are grown. For example, in the regions of Kerala, you will also come across the spices grown as plantation crops. You will come across tapioca, cashew nuts, oil palm, coconut. These are also sometimes rubber. These are also grown as plantation crops. But amongst the chief plantation crops that you will find, that you will come across, you will find the case of tea and coffee. Tea and coffee. Now, the conditions required for the growth of tea and coffee, they are largely similar. In terms of when we talk about rainfall requirement, when we talk about rainfall, in both these cases, they require an annual rainfall of close to around 150 to 200 centimeter, even in certain cases, but roughly around 150 centimeter. Okay, that is the amount of rainfall required. But another condition which is very essential is they don't grow well in standing water. So high rainfall but no standing water. So no standing water. So where will you find these conditions? That you have high amount of rainfall also, but water doesn't stay stagnant in a region. You will find that in the region of the hills, the sloping areas. So naturally, you will find them to be growing in hilly regions, right? Then the temperature requirement. Temperature for tea, ideally 21 degrees Celsius to 29 degrees Celsius. Whereas coffee, that can withstand slightly higher amount of temperature. That is 25 degrees Celsius to 32 degrees Celsius. Okay. Now, another feature which distinguishes the aspect of tea and coffee is that coffee always grows in shade. It will not grow in direct sunlight. So, coffee as a plant is always sown, grows well in shade. Standing water means no stagnant water. That water should not accumulate over that region. So whatever water is received, that water is either absorbed by the soil or simply drains off. That is the aspect of no standing water. So grows well in shade. So that is why whenever you visit any coffee plantation, you will observe that you have large trees, and in the shade of those trees, at the base of those trees, you'll find the coffee plantation to exist, right? So coffee in India typically grown in the Nilgiris, in the region around Karnataka, the Chikmagalur belt that you have, then around Karnataka in general, the southern part of Karnataka in general, you'll find lot of coffee plantation to be carried out. Then, when we talk about the tea growing areas, again Nilgiris, the Nilgiri region in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, for example, the region around Munnar, Wayanad, these areas in Kerala, they are particularly well known for tea cultivation. Then you have, for example, the region of Uti, that is also well known for tea cultivation. Other than that, you will find the tea cultivation to be carried out in the northern reaches, that is in the portions of Himachal Pradesh, okay, north West Bengal, in the region around the foothills of the Himalayas, around the region of Darjeeling. That is where you will find very good grade of tea also, in the region of Assam also, and northeastern states in general, tea is cultivated. So these are basically the types of, or the regions where, or the regional spread of tea and coffee. Yes, Kodaikanal in Tamil Nadu, Wayanad. Wayanad, if you ever happen to visit Wayanad, one of the most beautiful places out there. So there also you get to see the very picturesque and visually very appealing large tea plantations which exist on the vicinity. And same is the case all around from the region of Munnar to Kodaikanal to Uti. In that entire stretch, you'll find a lot of tea plantation carried out. Coorg in Karnataka, Coorg, Chikmagalur, etc., that is well known for coffee plantation. There you will find a lot of coffee plantations to exist. Okay. Now, then you have fiber crops. Fiber crops are those types of crops from which you can actually extract a fibrous material out. And that fibrous material can be utilized for manufacturing of clothes, for apparel manufacturing, bags, etc. So here, the fibrous crops overall, in certain cases, or the most predominant fibrous crops that we have. So that is to be found in the case of cotton and jute. These are the most prominent ones. But fiber nowadays is also extracted from coconut, right? The ripe coconut that you have, the outer shell of it is used to make fiber. And also sometimes you'll find hemp, which is a weed, the cannabis plant. So there also the stems are used for manufacturing of fiber. So fiber is now being manufactured from multiple crops, but still cotton and jute, in a way, they predominate. So cotton, that requires almost, grows as a kharif crop after monsoon rain. Okay. Then temperature ideally should be around 22 degrees to roughly around 30 degrees. Even if the temperature exceeds 30 degrees Celsius slightly, the cotton crop is not damaged particularly. Then grows well in alluvial and black soil. Well in alluvial and black soil. Then rainfall, lesser amount of rainfall also will do, around 75 centimeter. That much rainfall is apt and adequate. And here, not much amount of irrigation is required. The monsoonal rainfall oftentimes are more than sufficient. And then after that, here requires 6 to 7 months of frost-free days. Frost-free, as in the nighttime temperature should not dip so significantly that ice is formed or frost is formed over the portion of cotton, etc. So that much amount of temperature should be there, or that high temperature should be there, that frost formation doesn't take place. Now, in the case of jute, high humidity, high humidity of 75% plus, right? More than 75% of humidity. Rainfall. Again, what is the rainfall requirement? around 150 centimeter. And jute is a kind of a crop which requires rainfall even in the pre-monsoon period. That is, in the month of April also, April and May, it will also require some amount of rainfall. Then majority of the rainfall requirement is met during the monsoon season. Okay, grows well in fresh alluvium. So those regions which experience frequent floodings, in those areas, you will find jute as an ideal crop. The temperature required is 25 degrees Celsius to 35 degrees Celsius. And there you will find areas, that is Assam, West Bengal, the chief producer, eastern parts of Bihar, Odisha, parts of Jharkhand also, but not so prominently. So these are the regions. Bangladesh, one of the large producers of jute, because there you have the fertile deltaic plains and a lot of fresh alluvium being deposited by the major Himalayan rivers on an annual basis. So Bangladesh also, along with West Bengal, that is a chief area for jute production. In fact, the rise of industrial power of West Bengal, when you study the economic development of the regions in your modern history portion, the industrial development, you will find that the rise of industries in West Bengal has happened on the back of jute textile. You have, I'm sure you would have read that in the portion of modern history about industries, how industries have developed in the various portions of the country. So it was the jute textile mill which was established in Rishra way back in 1855 that provided for the growth of the industries and the textile industry in that region, and that over a period of time led to the industrialization of the entire Hooghly belt in general. So that is basically the aspect of jute. And cotton will grow in black soil region, so Deccan trap region, that is South Gujarat, the Saurashtra region, Malwa Plateau. Then you have the Maharashtra region, parts of Andhra Pradesh also. Now, again, here also, it is on the back of the cotton textile industry that the industrialization of Mumbai that started happening. Now we have the Mumbai Pune industrial zone, but initially the industrialization of Mumbai that happened on the back of cotton textile industry. A lot of these cotton producing areas, they went to Pakistan after independence. That was a major setback, but still these regions recuperated. And see, once you have a textile mill, you will be required to manufacture chemicals also to treat that textile. You will be required to manufacture adhesives and dyes, different colors of natural coloring as well. So you need to develop chemical industry, you need to develop engineering goods. So that is how the entire industrial development is experienced. Other than that, parts of Punjab, typically the southern portion of Punjab, right? And also in Doaba region. So Punjab also has got the Majha region, the Doaba region. So in the Doaba region, you'll find that a lot of cotton is cultivated in that area. So this is basically the fiber crops in general. Now, fiber is also manufactured, or silk is also a kind of fiber. And when we talk about the silk industry, so that is rearing of silkworms that is done in order to extract silk. And that rearing of silkworms, that is referred to as sericulture. Now, okay, before I forget, an announcement that I have been reminded about. Tomorrow we are going to have an extra session because of the cancelled time, the class is being cancelled, and also a particular class starting late because of technical issues. So tomorrow we are going to have an extra session. It is going to be from 6. We are going to extend it up till around 10:30, 11. depending upon the requirement of the when is it that we are able to satisfactorily complete everything. So we are going to have an extra session tomorrow. Okay, so I hope that is understood, and I hope that is not a concern. Okay, good. So now, when we talk about sericulture, it is the rearing of the silkworms. Now, understand one basic aspect, that how silk is extracted. What is the process? So when you talk about the worms, the silkworms, the small ones, now just like any case of any other insect or any other, let's say, a butterfly. So initially you have the worms. Those worms, after a period of growth, and in that period of growth, they will consume a lot of leaves, lot of food. They will consume food almost equal to their own body weight in many of the cases. So after consumption of that much amount of food, they end up covering themselves into a shell, into a cocoon. They wrap a cocoon around them. They weave a cocoon around them. And there they go for a very long sleep in which their body metamorphoses and develops. And then they break the cocoon and they move out as adults, right? So these silkworms, when they wrap the cocoon around themselves and when they go to that period of elongated sleep, at that point of time itself, we take that cocoon, we put it in boiling water, and very slowly and steadily we unravel the cocoon, and in a way we extract the very fine delicate silk threads which are there. So that is where we extract the silk threads. Now, depending upon what is the food that is consumed, that is how the type of silk is also determined. In India, the major kinds of silk that you observe, major kinds of silk that you observe in India, you have mulberry, then you have tassar, muga, and eri. Now, the silk industry is very significant in terms of the amount of job opportunities that it provides. And it provides a large source of income for a large section of population. Okay, so it is very important for providing that income security to that large population base. So this is basically here, it is forest based industry, and it contributes close to around 10% in the textile sector, provides employment to around 60 lakh people in general. So it can be more, it can be less also. So these are the major varieties of silk which are manufactured. Mulberry silk, overall, this is the most predominant variety of silk that you find. Now, mulberry silk is produced when the silkworms, they consume the mulberry leaves, right? And this silk is typically used for manufacturing of clothing apparels. The various silk clothes that you observe in the market, that is mostly dominated by the mulberry silk variety. Then you have the muga silk. This is the most dominant. Most dominant. Then you have muga silk. Muga silk is also what is referred to as the royal silk. Royal silk, because this was a silk, or this is a silk variety which was typically used to dress up the royal households, particularly in the Assam region, right? The erstwhile royal households which were present. So that is where muga is chiefly produced. This is the region of muga production in the region around Assam. So it is very difficult to maintain in general. Okay, it will give you a dull whitish appearance, and that is the case of muga silk. Okay, and when we have tassar silk, so muga silk also referred to as royal silk, produced in the region of Assam. And then you have tassar silk. Tassar silk, that is also what is used or what is referred to as wild silk. Because unlike the case of mulberry silk is produced when the worms, they feed on the mulberry leaves, right? In the case of Tasar silk, you don't have any such requirements. The worms can feed on any type of silk or any kind of leaves in general, right? So here, unlike the case of mulberry silk, here the worms can feed on any kind of leaves and they generate that kind of a yarn or a thread. So that is why it is the wild silk. It is not the finest variety of silk that you will find. Now, earlier, this would be used only for interior furniture, drapings that you have, covering of the various furniture products that you come across. Only there you had the utility of Tassar silk. But nowadays, the processing facilities, the machineries have evolved to such an extent that even this Tassar silk, overall, you will find in majority of the regions, particularly in the region of West Bengal, Jharkhand, Odisha, that they make up very costly apparels also, clothes also. Okay, so that is the case of Tassar silk, wild silk. Then you have Eri or Inadi silk, and this is also referred to as peace silk. Why peace silk? Because this is the only variety of silk which is produced where you don't have to kill the silkworm, where the silkworm is not killed in the process of extraction. This is also used for manufacturing of apparels in general, but here that is where the demand is not very significantly large. It is restricted to certain parts of the country. Now, here, I want you to take a look at this particular map. I don't want you to learn all these areas, but I want you to observe the regions in particular where you observe the formation or the production of Tassar silk in particular. Observe the areas where Tassar silk is being produced. And you'll find one common factor there. These are the economically backward regions of the country, right? These are not the regions that you associate with economic prosperity. These are the regions where you will find a lot of tribal population also to be in existence. I'm sure you will be able to observe that. Jharkhand, parts of West Bengal, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, parts of Telangana, parts of Andhra Pradesh, parts of Madhya Pradesh, the eastern part of Madhya Pradesh, where you will find a lot of tribal population, not very well connected, people not having large sources of income. Now, here, you can use this in other areas. Where? So, for example, when we talk about the society, the portion of the in your mains examination where you have to deal with the questions coming from the society. So, there many of the times you will find questions associated with the tribal regions and what can be done to bring about economic prosperity in those areas. Right. So many of the times you will find people forming a kind of an answer where they talk about the Mudra scheme, they talk about, okay, provide them loans, provide them economic mainstreaming, etc. That everybody will write. This is where you can add diversity to your answer. This is where your answer will be slightly different. You can provide as a solution that in these areas, we can naturally produce Tassar silk in large quantities. And that Tassar silk manufactured from here, if provided with adequate processing facilities and proper marketing facilities, it has got an immense scope to generate income in these areas. And also immense scope for earning foreign exchange. Because eventually, if Tassar silk that is marketed properly, it will have demand globally as well, right? And it will have a wide range of products from furnitures and furnishings to even apparels, clothing apparels. So that is a kind of a solution or a way forward that you can provide. Beekeeping, then Tassar silk or silk rearing. Always be on the lookout for these different solutions that you can provide. Okay. So I hope that is understood. Now, after that, we come to the factor of irrigation. What do we understand by irrigation? Irrigation basically means that for any crop, growth of any crop, the requirement of water, if it is not met naturally, you provide that water artificially. That artificial availability of water that is provided, that is irrigation. Irrigation has always been a backbone for agricultural development across the globe. Across the various parts of the globe, it has been a kind of a verified outcome that wherever irrigational facilities have been provided, agricultural output has increased tremendously. And not only today, for thousands of years. For example, even during the time of the Harappan civilization, you have evidences indicating some amount of irrigational supply by water being moved in channels. And when we talk about the Roman civilization, the successor of the Roman civilization was what? You had the Byzantine Empire. From the region around the present day Istanbul, you had the entire Byzantine Empire which succeeded them. Now, Byzantines, they were the mighty empires, one of the mightiest empires, right? Now, the Byzantine Empire, along with the later part of Roman Empire, that grew. Why? The revenue grew, and their armed forces, etc., were very powerful based upon the agricultural output. And how is it that they would increase their agricultural output? They would make very large aqueducts which would transfer water from the rivers for hundreds of kilometers into the inland areas. So that is where they would increase their agricultural productivity, which would benefit them in other areas also. When the Turkish invaders came in and India was experiencing the phase of the Delhi Sultanate, now at that point of time, again, the Turkish, they brought with them the irrigational methodology of Rahat, the Rahat system, where you find in many of the movies and the older pictures also, you will see that in many parts of the country it is still being followed, where you will find that a larger well is dug and then buckets are dipped and it is withdrawn in a cyclical manner, and that bucket full of water is then channelized into the fields. That was the Rahat system. As simple and basic as it was significant in improving the crop output. Right? So that is how, where during the time of the Tughlaqs, again, you have the evidence of Firoz Shah Tughlaq digging or diverting the water from the rivers in the canals that were built. So irrigation system has always augmented or increased the agricultural productivity. But irrigational methods, that also has undergone a massive change over a period of time. Earlier, canal system would be very predominant. Again, I'm sure you would have studied that in the portion of modern history, that when you talk about the late 1800s, you talk about the canal settlements, right? In the portion of the present day region of Punjab, which is in Pakistan, you study about the development of canal irrigation, canal methodology of irrigation. A lot of canals were built by the British also during the late 1800s, and that provided irrigational facilities which brought about agricultural prosperity in that region of Punjab. Okay, so canal systems were very predominant during that point of time. Immediately after independence, again, canal system was given much of a priority. Many people who came from the other part of Punjab and they were settled around in the present day region of Punjab that we have, immediately the priority was given that you should have canal connectivity in that region so that areas can be brought under cultivation. Now, that canal irrigation and the canal methodology is costly, very, very costly to construct. Lot of water is lost due to evaporation, and it takes a very long period of time to construct them as well. For example, last year, a canal was inaugurated finally in Uttar Pradesh, where the construction, the conceptualization of the program was initiated in the 70s itself. So think about it and put it in perspective. It was conceptualized and some portion of the project implementation began in the late 70s. Finally, the construction was completed in 2022. So, Shah Jahan built the entire Taj Mahal in 22 years. For us, the mighty government and the Sarkar-e Hind that we have, we take close to 40 years and more to construct a canal. So you can imagine the efficiency level that we have. So obviously, after 10 years of independence, that is where it started taking a backseat. And well and tube well irrigation, that started being predominant. Now, what is a tube well? Tube well is basically where, let's say, you dig a bore well or a hole, and then you extract water from the ground or the underground level with the help of a motor or a pump set which is attached. So that is how you extract water, right? Other than a traditional well, where in traditional well you pull that water out with the mechanical energy, the human mechanical energy. In the case of a tube well, the pump does that work. Now, once the tube well irrigation, once rural electrification began being provided in the region of Punjab, Haryana, Western UP, etc., immediately people started installing tube wells. Because now these tube wells could be installed in your own farmland. You need not be dependent on the government to provide you with the connectivity. And at the same time, you could have the flexibility that I want to irrigate it today, I will irrigate it today. I don't have to wait whether the canal water has been supplied or not. No. So tube wells, they started becoming very predominant. So from the 70s onwards, you'll find an increased predominance of tube well irrigation happening in the country. Now, all these irrigational sources that we are talking about, that is heavily dependent on the topography of the land. What does the land appear to look like? For example, think about it. When we talk about peninsular plateau area, the peninsular plateau consisting of hard igneous and metamorphic rocks. Now, in that peninsular plateau, do you think it will be easy to dig a tube well? Absolutely not. But when you think about, let's say, the alluvial plain region of northern India, it will be very easy to dig a tube well, right? Similarly, when we talk about tanks or tankages, what are these tanks? So there you have an enclosure, right? You provide an enclosure with the help of the rocks or the bricks, and excess water is stored there. Now, if I give you two cases, let's suppose one of a peninsular plateau region consisting of hard rocks, and there I construct a tank, and then I have alluvial soil. I mark it as A and B. In the case of B, I have alluvial soil, and then I build a tank. Where do you think tank construction will be better and easier? A or B? What do you think? Always A. Why? Because here, when you have alluvial soil, all the water that you will store will end up seeping down, isn't it? So you need to provide a kind of a layering at the bottom as well. Whereas in the case of A, the hard rocks will ensure that the water doesn't seep in, isn't it? So that is why irrigational facilities which are developed is very much dependent on the topography. Nowadays, newer methodologies of irrigation have come in, because the older methodologies, be it canal, be it tube well, a lot of inefficiencies associated. So nowadays you will find the increased predominance of sprinkler, for example, sprinkler irrigation. Now, what is a sprinkler? So in the case of sprinkler irrigation, you will come across a scenario where, if suppose this is the supply, here you have the sprinkler, this is the pipeline which supplies water, and this sprinkler will spray water in the surrounding region. It will mimic the impact or the effect of rainfall. Okay. It will in a way replicate the impact created by rainfall. So the problem of over irrigation is not experienced. Then, when we talk about here, let's say another methodology, that is drip irrigation. Now, in this, what is done is the excuse me. In this, what is done in the case of drip irrigation, you have water which is supplied in the form of small drips, right? Because it is realized that, see, if I am growing plants, let's suppose this is the farmland, I am growing plants here, here, and here, let's suppose. Now, the plants, their bottom and their base, that requires water. You don't need to provide water here, right? You need to provide water right at the base of the plants. So, what is done in this is a small pipeline. A small pipeline is installed all across the farmland. And through that pipeline, you have perforations which are made so that water, drop by drop, falls into the roots of the plants itself, so that you can have utilization of water also, perfect conservation of water, and the plants get the adequate water as well, without over flooding, without the aspect of soil turning saline, etc. And here there is another improved advantage, that when you are supplying water with the help of this drip, all those fertilizers which are soluble in water, you can dissolve them, and then you can pass it on, so that you have a pinpointed application of fertilizer also. That process where you apply fertilizer along with irrigation, that is what is also referred to as fertigation. Fertigation is basically fertilizer plus irrigation. Okay, that is what is fertigation. So that is basically the gist about the irrigational methodologies that we end up using. So different sources of irrigation are used depending upon the nature of the topography, the amount of rainfall, availability of surface or groundwater, requirement of crops, etc. And you have various different forms. The most predominant form of irrigation that we have presently is the tube well irrigation. That is the most predominant methodology or form of irrigation which is available, right? Which is the tube well and well irrigation. Now, overall, well irrigation is what? Where you simply dig a hole and you extract water mechanically, and tube well irrigation, where the pump does the same. So in the case of tube well irrigation, because the pump is doing the hard work, you can extract water from greater depths also. But that is not the facility available in the case of the wells, right? So here, that is where the regions where you will find predominantly the presence of wells and tube wells, you will find that the portion of the plains, that is very dominant with the presence of wells and tube wells. However, nowadays, because the technology is available, it is being developed, it is being dug out in the peninsular part of the country as well. Then when we talk about the canal irrigation, now these canals, they were the most predominant methodology of irrigation which was used, till it was found out that this requires large amount of investment, has got a large gestation period for construction. That is, if today, let's say, you decide to build a canal, it is something which will fructify maybe after 5 years, 10 years, something like that. So in between, not only are you investing money, you are not getting the returns as well. So nowadays, canal irrigation is not being stressed upon that much. In fact, it was found out that in the name of canal construction, there was a lot of administrative inefficiency which was going on. Bureaucrats, they would make a lot of money, lots and lots of money along with the politicians, because they would simply put it on paper that yes, this canal has been constructed. And eventually, it was found out that in many of these areas, the canal has not even been dug. And what the excuse that they would give is that, look, we had constructed the canal, but when the floods came, that drained away everything, all the construction. So now we'll have to construct again. So, like this, hundreds and thousands of crores of taxpayers' money, government's money, that was siphoned off, and that has been taken away by the politicians, the obviously the politicians in these various different regions, and also the bureaucrats involved. Okay, so canal irrigation has got a problem of high cost, evaporation, lesser efficiency in general. Okay, irrigation depends on topography. How? Irrigation, that is what I had told you, isn't it? That, for example, you have peninsula plateau, you have alluvial soil. So ideally tanks would be constructed more well in the region of peninsula plateau as compared to alluvial soil. Digging of tube wells is more conducive or more easy to do in the region of alluvial soil as compared to that of igneous and metamorphic rocks. So that is what it is, the topography. So that is how irrigational methodologies depend on topography. Is that understood? Now, the main areas which have been irrigated by canal are in the northern plains of India, because it is easier to dig canals in that region. Again, understand, digging canals in the region of the northern plains is always going to be much easier as compared to digging canals in the region of peninsula plateau. That is why canal irrigation is also predominantly to be found in the region of alluvial soil or sedimentary soil deposit. That is where you will find a lot of canal irrigation to be carried. Okay, why tube wells are not present in the northeastern part? Think about it. What do you think would be the reason? Think about it. Apply logic. Now you also know the subject well enough. What do you think would be the reason? Mountainous area, hilly region. So is it easy to dig a tube well in the region of the hills? No, never easy. So that is why you don't have many tube wells. In the region of Assam, you will find tube wells, but not in the general northeastern states. Okay, so always understand that topography has got a very important role to play. Is that understood now? Okay, right. And why okay, and then why mostly canal is in Rajasthan? Plain areas in general, not only restricted to Rajasthan. UP, Punjab, Haryana, parts of Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, all these areas, you will have the presence of canal irrigation. Now, then you have tanks, the tank irrigation. Now, tanks are basically enclosures which are constructed in order to hold in excess water which is present, in order to hold in the excess water during the river flow or during excessive amount of rainfall. Because please understand why irrigation is relevant in India is because of the fact that India receives almost around 75 to 80% of its annual rainfall only during the 2 to 3 months or 3 to 4 months of the monsoon that we have. There we receive somewhere close to around 70 to 80% of the rainfall. For rest of the year, we have to manage with that. So how do you do that? You save water, you conserve water, you provide water artificially for crop cultivation. Still in our country, close to around 40 to 50% of the lands, they don't receive irrigation water or irrigational supply, due to which the productivity levels are particularly low in those areas. Okay, so tank irrigation also stores that surplus water. It is always easier to build tanks in the peninsula part of the country. That is always easier because here you have the hard rock base on which water can be stored automatically. Okay, so observe, these are the major areas of tank irrigation. A lot of them to be predominant in the region of Telangana, in the region of Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, and also in those regions of peninsular part of the country that we are talking about. You don't have very high population density living in an area. So the farmlands, they are also dispersed far away from each other. So that is why it makes sense for the farmers to have their own individual source of supply of water. Okay, so because if we talk about, let's say, the Gangetic plains or the Brahmaputra plains, lot of population. So if you have a central canal outlet, a lot of people will get the water from that. But if the farmlands are very far away, it doesn't make sense to construct a separate canal just for, let's say, two farmers or four farmers. So that is why tank irrigation is very predominant. Okay, after this, we come to the portion of agricultural productivity and efficiency in general. Now, what you produce in the farmland, you have to understand that when we talk about agricultural efficiency, that is in the same piece of farmland, how much amount of, let's say, output I can generate, that will be my efficiency. When we talk about your efficiency at a personal level, what is your efficiency? In that 24-hour period, how much you are able to extract out of yourself? What is the output that you are able to generate? That will be your efficiency, isn't it? So when we talk about agricultural productivity and efficiency, so in the same piece of farmland, what is the yield per hectare? So yield per hectare is the measure of the productivity of a region. In our country, the yield per hectare is lesser. For example, when we talk about countries like China, countries in Europe, the yield per hectare, that is the output generated per hectare, is very high. Whereas in our country, that output generated is not at all high. Right? Now, one of the methodologies to measure this efficiency is cropping intensity. Cropping intensity, in a nutshell, is the measure of the fact that an agricultural field, for how many times in an year have we put to use that agricultural field, right? So in one year, what is the total amount of produce that we have from that same agricultural field? So that is cropping intensity. So refers to the number of times a piece of land is cultivated. So for example, if I have a piece of land, let's say I have a piece of land of 10 acres. Okay. So in these 10 acres, how many times have we put this field or this farmland into cultivation? That is cropping intensity. It can happen that I have used this only once for growth of, let's say, rice. I have harvested rice and I'm waiting for the next season of rice to grow it again. That can also be the case. Monocropping or monoculture that we talked about. But you can also end up utilizing it multiple times of the year. So cropping intensity is gross cropped area, the ratio of gross cropped area and the net sown area. What is the difference between them? So when we say gross cropped area, that is the total area cultivated. Total area cultivated. And when we talk about net sown area, this is the area of the farmland. Area of the farmland. Okay. So total area cultivated and divided by the area of the farmland. So for example, let's suppose we consider this 10-acre farm that I have. Let's suppose. Now in that, during the Kharif season, I have grown rice in 10 acres. Right? I have harvested rice. And then in the Rabi season, I have grown wheat, let's say, in 8 acres. So what will be my total area cultivated or gross cropped area? Gross cropped area will be how much? 18, isn't it? 18 acres is the total cultivation that I have carried out. What is the area of my farmland in this case? The area of the farmland is how much? 10 acres, isn't it? The area of the farmland is 10 acres multiplied by 100. So what do you get? You get the cropping intensity to be 180. So if the cropping intensity is greater than 100, means that farmland has been put to use more than once, right? Because that means you have grown crops in an area larger than the area of your farmland, because you have put the farmland into use multiple times in the year. So across the country, if you will observe, you have regions of very high cropping intensity, around 175 plus, in the region of the fertile plains of Punjab, Haryana, Tamil Nadu, for example. I had talked about that, how in the region of Tamil Nadu, you have the ideal cropping season or ideal conditions availability for the growth of rice almost throughout the year. So these are the regions which have very, very high cropping intensity. Then 150 to 175 in the region of UP, Bihar, Assam, Kerala. So these are the regions of high cropping intensity. And here, when we talk about moderate cropping intensity, that is Karnataka, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh. Low cropping intensity, very less, hilly areas. Okay, the hilly regions which are present. So that gives you an idea about the cropping intensity. What is cropping intensity again? How many times have you brought the farmland under cultivation? So you take the total cultivated area, that is the sum product, that is 10 acres of rice I have grown. Then again, in the winter season, I have grown rice in 8 acres. So the total cultivated area is 18 acres. Whereas what is the area of the farmland? The net sown area. It is not as if my farmland size is increasing, the net sown area is consistent. That is my area of the farmland. That is 10 acres. It is these 10 acres that I'm utilizing again and again. So that is how you get the cropping intensity. I hope that is now understood, Anshu, now that I have repeated it again. Now, that is the factor of cropping intensity, and this is a spatial demarcation of cropping intensity. Overall, I this is basically an older data as is provided by the government. So that is where understand where the cropping intensity will be higher in the plain regions. The cropping intensity, wherever you have the scope for growing multiple crops during the same year, there the cropping intensity will be very high. Okay. How in Tamil Nadu cropping intensity is high? Because in Tamil Nadu you have various varieties of rice grown throughout the year, because the conditions are prevalent for the growth of rice throughout the year. So that is why cropping intensity will be very high. Okay, is that understood now? Confirm, kindly confirm. Is that understood, or is there still a doubt? Why Tassar silk is referred to as wild silk? Because there the worms basically can feed on anything. There is no particular set requirement. Okay. Now, then we have agro and social forestry. So, since the late 60s, early 70s itself, the government has always been wondering about and has been thinking about increasing the area of the tree cover and forest cover in the country. So, various different innovative solutions have been thought about since that point of time. One of those is agroforestry. What is agroforestry? So, agroforestry basically is that when you have, let's say, a farmland, when you have a farmland, so you grow trees on the sides typically, many of the times in a particular set row as well. So thereby you have multiple benefits associated. This is a typical agroforestry region that you will observe. So in the farmland, you observe the growth of the trees also. Now, it has got multiple objectives. One of the objective is that once the trees will mature, they will yield you a good harvest, isn't it? These trees will give you good product, the wood. Just by selling the wood, you will generate enough income. Also, the products from these trees, the barks, etc., they can be used in order to have multiple different products manufactured. That will provide employment in the rural household, particularly the women folk. You'll find in many of these areas, women folk, they form self-help groups. And these self-help groups, they help in generating a lot of income. And understand, the the aspect of women empowerment that everybody talks about, that everybody ensures that they make it a part of their speech. Understand, true form of women empowerment will happen only with economic empowerment of the woman. When you provide the economic power in the hands of the woman, when they get the power to, let's say, when they have the properties in their names, right, when they have true economic decision making, then will come the true women empowerment in general in the present day scenario. So this can be particularly helpful to generate that rural income. So that is why rural income is very important, because there you have the women participation in the workforce. Anyways, in our country, the participation of women in the workforce is very less, around 31%, which is almost shameful, right? You have 70% of the women who are not present in the workforce. In China, we have around 61 to 65% of the women who participate in the workforce. Always that brings about a greater benefit to the society in the longer run as well. So agroforestry does that also. So it solves multiple purposes. One of the purposes is increasing forest area and restoring ecological balance, meeting the basic rural needs, better returns in terms of the income. It will control pollution and also generation of employment, particularly rural households. Rural households. By forming of self-help groups by the women, it also provides the economic clout to them. And then after that, we come to one of the most prolific events which have happened in Indian agriculture, and that is Green Revolution. Now, Green Revolution, what is it about? It is about a significantly increased production of food grains. So, Green Revolution deals with increased production of food grains. Food grains production. How? So, the concept in itself of Green Revolution was first of all floated in the 50s itself, because immediately after the Second World War, that is the late 40s and the early 50s, the entire world was struggling with the availability of food. You have countries like India, Mexico, etc. All of them were struggling, and a lot of people were dying because of starvation. Now you had Professor William Gadd, who for the first time used this term in order to provide food sufficiency in these third world countries or non-developed nations of the world. And then after that, it was researched upon by Norman Borlaug, and where it was understood that, look, in order to increase productivity, what is it that we require? In order to increase productivity, we require a condition of, let's say, availability of irrigation. Wherever it is required, you need to provide irrigational facilities. Then, for example, you need to provide the better variety of seeds which can give better output. So you end up tweaking the genetics of the seed for better output. So you have high yield variety of seeds. Then you provide fertilizers in order to augment the lack of nutrient in the soil. So you provide fertilizers artificially. So all these things are done in order to increase the food output. Now, first of all, this was practiced or this was implemented in Mexico, where it was found out that the productivity of wheat significantly doubled almost. Now, one of the pioneers of the modern Indian agriculture, the doyens of the field, M.S. Swaminathan, was heavily inspired by Norman Borlaug. He invited Norman Borlaug to India as well. And he wanted to implement this in India in the large scale. Now, as is the case with the bureaucracy, now you are also well aware of that. So it is said, the famous anecdotal story goes that when MS Swaminathan actually approached the ministry and the secretaries in the ministry that I want to implement this, everyone was very reluctant because they thought that this is some modern kind of hoopla that they are creating and there will be no output out of it. So it is said that MS Swaminathan famously planted these high yielding variety of seeds in his own backyard. And then, when the output came, he called in those officials again to show them the output. And that is when the government was convinced that we can implement it on the large scale. Now, where to implement it? Ideally, this would require irrigation, electrification. This would require the better financing facilities, etc. So these were implemented at those point of time in the areas closer to the national capital, where you had the best infrastructure which was provided to the farmers. And that is where revolution was implemented in the region of Punjab, Haryana, and Western UP. But this green revolution that changed the entire aspect of Indian agriculture, from that of sustenance agriculture to that of commercial farming. Now the farmers started growing crops not because they had to feed themselves, but because they had to earn some income. And that is something which took us to the path of self sufficiency. Now, overall, Green Revolution refers to multiple growth in crop production in the third world countries based on the use of modern inputs, technology, high yielding varieties of seeds, mechanization, as well as irrigation facilities. It was first done by Professor William Gadd in 1958 in a seminar about the food crisis in the third world countries. And then, furthermore, you have Professor Norman Borlaug, who developed the high yielding variety seeds by genetic modification and cross fertilization of wheat. And the result was very imminent and very significantly observed in the region of Mexico, where the total amount of production almost doubled in the span of 7 years. Now, in the 1960s, M.S. Swaminathan, he brought in this idea, and that is when, in the late 60s onwards, Green Revolution started being implemented. Now, the basis of Green Revolution and the increased food productivity out of Green Revolution is dependent on certain basic characteristics, certain basic features. That is, high yielding variety of seeds for greater productivity, commercialization of agriculture, not sustenance method, use of chemical fertilizers, urea, phosphate, potash to augment the soil fertility, irrigation facilities, mechanization, then rural electrification, provision of easy credit, rural credit and microfinancing, use of pesticides, insecticides, weedicides, and also land reforms. Because immediately after independence, you still had a situation where few people had very large land areas and many people had very small ones. So land reforms were initiated in different portions. And then when you have meaningful land size, then you can carry out the process of farming. But then almost 50 years have passed since the Green Revolution was implemented. And now there are many limitations to the Green Revolution that now we are aware of, which we were not aware of earlier. So, what are the limitations that Green Revolution has indicated? So, first of all, when we talk about the limitations, the first limitation is over emphasis on high yielding variety seeds. Means ignorance of local, indigenous seeds. Now, what is the problem with that? If the local indigenous seeds, they are not given that much priority, what is the problem? The problem is that the local seeds, they are much more resilient to climate of the region. The local seeds which are found naturally in the region, they will be able to withstand the vagaries of rainfall, high temperature, low temperature, they will be able to withstand. But in the high yield variety of seeds, they require a particular set of conditions. If those conditions are not fulfilled, many of the time crop failure is a consistent phenomena that you will observe. Then after that, over application of fertilizers and chemical inputs. That has brought about the contamination level not only in the crops but also in our body by the process of bioaccumulation, where slowly and steadily we have accumulating the amount of contaminants in our body structure as well. So that is the case of over application of fertilizers, then over irrigation to digest those fertilizers, the fertilizers, then overemphasis on rice and wheat. That means lack of crop diversification. Okay. In general, soil turning saline. That is, land degradation is generally observed. And one larger impact that it has created basically is the inequality. Now, understand, the farmer of West Bengal, that farmer is not responsible why the green revolution was not implemented in that region. The farmer from Bihar, that farmer is not responsible for why green revolution was not implemented in that region because there was no infrastructure. But then, due to this process, there has been a large income disparity between the farmers in certain parts of the country and the rest of the areas. And what that has initiated is that large disparity has brought about a social inequality, due to which farmers from other parts, they go in and work as migrant and landless laborers in the region of Western UP, Punjab, Haryana. So that is something which is not productive in the long run. Inequality, regional inequality is the worst form of inequality when you talk about the progress of a nation. A nation cannot progress if a region is, let's say, laggard or backward in development and another region simply prospers. So that is why equivalent or equitable development is something which took a backseat at the time of Green Revolution. That is why for almost a decade or so now, there has been plans afoot to implement this green revolution in eastern India as well, under the program that is bringing green revolution to eastern India. Okay. Now, then we come across the livestock resources. Now, India has got a large population of livestock, just like human population. We have a large population of livestock also. Now, you don't particularly you are not required to learn the population numbers or quantities. Just you need to have an idea that we have a large livestock resource, and that brings the conditions which are favorable for what? For mixed farming. Mixed farming can always be carried out, right? Mixed farming. And that will be important for income diversification, income assurance, etc. Provided that we take care of the health of the livestock. Because majority of the livestock in our country, they suffer from diseases such as foot and mouth disease in the case of the cattle, milk bearing animals, etc. So that is why we need a proper healthcare facility or proper health standardization, which is followed in the case of livestock, and only then we can have meaningful production also. Crop diversification basically means that you grow multiple types of crops. That is diversification. Shreyank, that is a politically loaded statement, so I would refrain from making any statement of that kind, whether the farm protests, etc. So it is politically very sensitive. So let's not diverge into those areas. Now coming to the agroclimatic zones. Now different parts of the country, they experience different conditions of climate, topography, soil, etc. All of that is experienced in different parts of the country. Now, you cannot have one agricultural system or one agricultural policy being implemented across the country and giving you adequate results. Right? Each area needs to be treated differently. So, for those purposes, the country was divided into different zones by the Planning Commission, the erstwhile Planning Commission, which was present, that divided the country into various different agroclimatic zones, so that regions having similar kind of climatic condition and physiographic conditions, they follow a particular methodology of increasing agricultural output. So observe here, you'd again not required to learn all of this, but important to gain an overall idea about how this classification is done. So observe here, for example, observe zone 1. It is the Himalayan region, high altitude region. So Western Himalayan region. Zone 2, Eastern Himalayan region that you have. Zone 3, the fertile plain, the sediments. So you have the lower Ganga plain, then middle Ganga plain, upper Ganga plain, trans Ganga plain, right? So all these have similar kind of conditions. Then you have the eastern coastal plain, the western coast. So all these regions having a unique kind of not only climatic conditions but also physiography. They were divided into agroclimatic zones. Why? So that each area can produce sufficiently as per their own requirement, and they follow their own individual policy for production, so that when each area that starts producing more, overall farm income will reduce, or overall farm income will rather increase, and at the same time the country will become food secure and there will be food security. So that is the purpose behind the division of the entire region into agroclimatic zones. Okay, I hope that is clear. Now, then we come across to the concept of organic farming. What do we mean by organic farming? So, organic farming, again, understand it in very simple terms. If you start looking at the definition as of now, you will get confused. Many of the times, definitions they complicate a particular concept much more than they help in clarifying it. So, understand when we talk about organic farming, what do we mean by organic farming? So, this is a method of cultivation where synthetic inputs such as fertilizers, pesticides, etc., are not used. On farm products, for example, cow dung, the type of soil that you have, they are used in order to produce crops. Typically, that is how crops have been produced for thousands of years. It is only very recently, for the past 50, 70 years, that we have started using these fertilizers. And in these 50, 70 years, the soil has been degraded, there has been health complication, etc. So that is why across the world, there is a kind of a movement pulling people towards the organic products. Sikkim in India is one of those pioneer states which has adopted organic farming on a large scale, on a 100% level. Similarly, work is being done by Himachal Pradesh and other areas as well. So that is the aspect of organic farming. Everything needs to be natural. There is no need for any artificial input. So here, if you will observe in this case, so it is a unique production management system which promotes agro-ecosystem health, including biodiversity, accomplished by using on-farm methods in exclusion of all synthetic of farm inputs. So chemical fertilizers, pesticides, weedicides, etc., they are not used. Now, in this method, what is the objective or the characteristic of organic farming? You will make use of natural products to improve the soil fertility. You will take help of, let's say, the worms, the earthworms that you have to improve the soil fertility, right? Crop rotation to recharge the nitrogen content. by growing pulses, legumes after, let's say, a batch of rice, you grow pulses, leguminous plants, etc. So that is basically use of cow dung, cow urine. That is something which is used. So protecting the long-term fertility of the soil by maintaining the organic matter level, encouraging soil biological activity, providing nutrients indirectly by manures, for example, nitrogen self-sufficiency to the use of leguminous plants. All of that is a characteristic of organic farming. Now, organic farming can be carried out by multiple methodologies, right? One of the methodology is that what is referred to as ZBNF, or zero budget natural farming. This is just a method of organic farming. This is not different from organic farming. Let me write it down as well. Not different from organic farming, but a method. Different from organic farming, but simply a type of organic farming. So, in this, in order to grow crops in this particular method of organic farming, you have multiple different stages which you do. First is that is Jivamrut. That is increasing the population of natural microbes and the natural worms that you find in the soil. So, increased growth of micro fauna, that is microbes, earthworms, etc., in the field, in the soil. How do you do that? So there, a liquid mixture is prepared. A liquid mixture of cow dung, cow urine, the local soil variety. Then you have some pulses which are ground into a kind of a powder that is also mixed. All these are then mixed and then are sprayed into the soil so that to increase the biological activity. Earthworms, understand, earthworms are referred to as a farmer's friend, because the earthworms, when they move between the kind of various different types of let's say various different regions of the soil, they provide a channel through which the air can come in, right? So that is why earthworms are always regarded as a farmer's friend. So if you have increased productivity or increased biological activity, soil becomes more fertile, organic component increases. Then after that, the seed is treated, bijamrut. Now, in Bijamrut, what you do is you treat the seed so that it doesn't get infected. It grows very fast. There is a faster rate of germination, right? So, treatment of seed to increase the rate of growth, to get rid of diseases. So, how do you do that? You dip the seed in, again, a solution of cow urine. Then you have the edible lime, that is a disinfectant, so that the bacterial fungal infections, they are warded off. And then you go for mulching. Mulching is what? Mulching is when you cover the soil, when you cover the topsoil with a biodegradable plastic, with let's say a kind of a layer of dried leaves, stems, anything, you cover the soil. Why? So that the soil retains moisture, soil is not exposed to excess heating or cooling activities, so that the soil regains its fertility, so that the soil is not eroded. And then after all of this, you attain the ideal microclimatic condition agroecological condition where the rate of growth of the seed is very accelerated, and also you have a lot of organic component in the soil because of microbial events and natural biological activities. So that is what is done, and that final attainment of that ideal agroecological condition, microclimatic condition, that is what is termed as Vafasa. Okay, so these are the four stages of ZBNF in general. Observe here, initially you spray Jivamrut. So in Jivamrut, mixture of water, urine, and cow dung, cow urine and cow dung, jaggery, that is you extract from sugarcane, pulses, flour, and soil, that is basically sprayed. And when that is sprayed, then the microbial actions, the soil biological activities, that is promoted. Then you treat the seeds, that is the Bijamrut. So you treat the seeds with cow urine, cow dung, edible lime to protect the seed from any kind of infection whatsoever. Then you cover the topsoil with mulching. This is what mulching is. You cover the topsoil. Observe here, the topsoil is covered, right? Wherever the plants are there, other than that, in all the areas, you have covered the topsoil to prevent the loss of moisture, to prevent the soil from overheating, to prevent the soil from getting eroded. And then you attain Vafasa, that is the ideal microclimatic condition in the soil, so that there can be the growth of the plant at a desirable rate, at a desirable pace. Okay, so that is basically ZBNF, a kind of organic farming. Please understand, I have written it here, but I still expect many of you to ask me the same question. So let me reiterate that ZBNF is not different from organic farming. It is simply a type of organic farming. Okay, so all the keyboard warriors who are going to type the question, that explain about the difference between them. So this is the aspect, that ZBNF is simply a type of organic farming which is followed. So this is basically what you have as mulching. Example of ZBNF. ZBNF is carried out in large areas of Madhya Pradesh, in Maharashtra also. ZBNF is carried out. Vafasa is basically the ideal macroclimatic conditions, the microclimatic conditions, the soil conditions, where the seeds also germinate very fast, where the biological activities also happen at an accelerated pace. So that ideal condition which is attained, that is Vafasa. So Vafasa will happen because of Jivamrut and because of mulching. That leads to Vafasa. Okay. Priyanka, are you sure ZBNF is by Amol Palekar? Are you sure Amol Palekar is not a name that you have heard somewhere else? Find it out again. The name is different. Okay. So basically, a mulch is natural or artificially spread layer of plant residues or other materials on the surface of the soil. And the important objective of mulching is what? First, moisture conservation. Second, temperature control. Third, prevention of surface compaction, where you would have observed in excessive heat the surface becomes very very hard, it is almost impossible for water etc to penetrate. Then reduction of runoff and erosion, and improvement of soil structure and weed control. So these are the basic methodologies of mulching which is carried out. Okay. Yes, mulching is used in garlic farming. Yes, it is by Subhash Palekar, not by Amol Palekar. Amol Palekar is the famous actor that you would be hearing about. Okay, so that is the aspect of agriculture relevant for your examination in general. Now, we will have a quick introduction about the portion of minerals and industries, and then we will be taking up the PYQs. Subhash Palekar is the individual who came up with this entire process of ZBNF as a methodology of organic farming. That is Subhash Palekar. Okay. So now we come across to the portion of minerals and industries. We'll have a brief introduction here, and then we'll be discussing the previous year questions, the MCQs of the previous year questions, and then we will carry on for the rest of the portion tomorrow. So, here, when we talk about minerals and industries, this is relevant for your prelims perspective, provided that you are well versed with current affairs. So, here, just like in the other portion of Indian geography, current affairs is very important. Newer areas where the minerals are, let's say, discovered or found, those particular regions become prominently important. Okay, so in prelims, typically, Satakshi, please explain standing water. Standing water, if you want to understand what is standing water in any particular land area, let's suppose, where the drainage is not significant, you pour water or there is excess rainfall and the water stagnates over it. That is standing water, right? Is it that you have not understood, or is it something else? Because standing water, when we have talked about in the case of tea and coffee. So when I say tea and coffee, they don't require standing water. They don't require standing water, means they don't grow if the water is stagnant. So in this situation, if you have any plant which grows, for example, any plant which grows here, it will be dipped in water. It will be consistently in water. So as a result of that, what happens? Root rot, rotting of the roots can be initiated. Rice is one of those crops which grows well in standing water. Was that the problem? Was that the doubt, or the doubt was something else? Please confirm, Satakshi. So that is basically the portion of standing water that you were concerned with. Now, in this area, the aspect which is relevant for your prelims is going to be mineral distribution. In which type of production we use mulching? Mulching should be used everywhere, not only in organic farming or other farming. Mulching is what? Covering the topsoil. It is a methodology of conservation of soil. So mulching has to be used in every types of farming, everywhere. Even let's say in if you go to larger cities and the gardens that you have in the larger cities, there also you'll find mulching is being practiced. Okay. uh, Ritika, each topics are covered in my whereas in life, along with solving problems, topics are ending so quickly. So, Ritika, what is the issue here? Are you finding it difficult to understand, or the issue is that the topics are ending quickly? What is the major issue that you are facing? Please let me know. And you can always you can always have a revision with the tablet videos. Understand that the tablet videos are there with you. So some portions of economic geography, human geography, they are covered in greater detail in the portion of tablet. So you can always take that as a point of reference. Okay. Any issues which are prevalent, any areas which are not understood, ensure that you ask that. Okay. So, regions. In case you don't have tablet, NCRTs will do. Don't worry about it. Found. Lumpy skin disease you will study in science and tech, my dear friend. For more detail, we have to learn tablet videos, or this much detail is sufficient. This much detail is sufficient. Other than that, you can take care of the current affairs. Uh, what is that we need to focus more in agriculture? I have talked about the areas from which the questions are asked. Focus on that. Do I need to remember all the agroclimatic zone? No, you don't need to do that. No, I'm not going to take the science and tech classes now. In green revolution, how limitation, how soil turning saline. Soil turns saline because of excess irrigation, due to which you have salts which come up. And remember, in the in yesterday's class we discussed about salinity of soil, usar soil. That is something. And nearby Indian monsoon not understood. Which portion of Indian monsoon, my dear friend? Have you not understood the entirety of the aspect? So I cannot repeat the entirety of the aspect of Indian monsoon. Okay. In the mains here, white revolution and blue revolution is still something that you can talk about. Aquaculture, etc., more from an economic perspective, depending upon the budgetary allocation. But white revolution not very important. Nearby, in case you have missed the class of monsoon, recordings are available. You can always look at that. Look at the recordings from the first portion of monsoon. It will be clear. Yes, Preeti, you can skip the standard books. So here, location of industries. But mostly, the question from this part of geography is oriented towards or aligned towards current affairs. And that is something you should keep in mind. Now, when we talk about minerals and broader types of minerals that we have, minerals can be classified into metallic, non-metallic, and energy minerals. Metallic minerals you would have studied in your class 6 7 science book, where when we talk about metallic minerals, so the metals, they have a kind of a property that they are good conductors of heat, electricity. When you hit them, they give a kind of a sonorous sound, a kind of a tin like sound is given. When they are expanded, they can get stretched without breaking. So they are malleable and ductile in general. So all those aspects, they are generally associated with metallic minerals, right? And non-metallic minerals, basically, which break easily, which don't have these particular properties, they are non-metallic. For example, you have mica, potash, limestone, marble, sandstone. So they break easily. They will not allow the passage of electricity or heat. Those are non-metallic. And then you have the energy minerals, where when you burn them, when you provide combustion, energy is produced in the process. You have coal, petroleum. Now, petroleum and natural gas, how they are formed, where they are found in India, we have already talked about. Now, coal is something that we are going to talk about in this module. Now, here, please understand, I want you to approach this topic only after you have studied physiography. This is the module for which we have discussed the physiography in so much detail about the formation. Now, we have discussed that why in India we find minerals in certain areas only, and that is based upon the physiographic division of the country, isn't it? So here, always take a look at physiography and then come to this particular module. Now, where do we find the minerals in general? Where are the minerals found? So minerals are to be found in the case of igneous and metamorphic rocks, in the cracks that they have, the joints, the faults that they have. There, many of the times you have clumps or large sections of minerals which are present. So for example, here, let's suppose if we have an igneous or metamorphic rock, here let's suppose you have the cracks in that the mineral appears. Or sometimes the mineral also appears in large chunks, large clumps in general, within the igneous and metamorphic rock. As the rocks would have solidified, the minerals would also have solidified. So these are what we refer to as veins and lodes. Now here, why are the minerals found like this? Because the igneous rocks, when they cool down from the molten state, generally, let's assume a mineral like gold, now that would have a different kind of density from, let's say, granite. And when they are solidifying, generally materials of same density, they will solidify together. That is why you will find them being clumped in a particular region. Then, even in sedimentary rock deposits, in between the various different layers, for example, iron ore, for example, limestone, remember, In the second session itself, in the second module itself, while we were discussing about the various different types of rocks, we found, or we discussed about the iron ore and limestone, that how they are formed in layers in between the rocks, isn't it? Then you also have many of the minerals which are present in the rocks, significantly embedded within the rocks. Okay, significantly embedded within the rocks. Let's suppose, as the rest of the portion of the rocks that undergoes chemical weathering and erosion, this portion is left behind. For example, bauxite. Bauxite is something which is extracted in this particular way. So that is how sometimes minerals are extracted, right? Example, bauxite. Then you also have the factor of placer deposits. Again, I will take you back to the portion of the continental drift theory where we discussed placer deposits as an evidence. What are placer deposits? So if, let's suppose, a mineral is to be found in the case of a rock and a river drains from here, that river deposits material somewhere far off. So that is what you demarcate as placer deposits. Okay, so for example, in Chota Nagpur Plateau region, you find a lot of these placer deposits in existence. A lot of them are present. Okay, then you also find minerals at the bottom of the sea and ocean in many of the cases, where all the various different nutrients, small salts which are present in the ocean, they start clumping together, solidifying together, form a large solid, and they deposit themselves at the bottom of the seabed. And that is what is referred to as polymetallic nodules. Polymetallic nodules. Because in these nodules, you'll find various different types of minerals. From the presence of nickel, chromium, cobalt, you can also find barium, lithium, manganese, etc. So this is the polymetallic nodules for which all the countries of the world, they are trying to get to the ocean bottom. India has also launched a Samudrayan mission to get to the bottom of the ocean. Okay, so these are how you find minerals in various parts. When you extract a mineral, you extract the ore, the impure form of the mineral, you purify it, and then you have the final mineral which is extracted. Typically in India, where is it that majority of the minerals will be found? In the region of Chota Nagpur Plateau, in the region of Bastar Plateau, in the region of Karnataka Plateau, in the region of the Bundelkhand and Aravali area. Why? Because these are the older regions of the country. That is why you will find that 11 states, they account for 90% of the total operational mines. Observe the prominent areas: Chota Nagpur Plateau, the Bastar region, the Karnataka Plateau, the Aravali region. So that is where physiography will help you. So the more of it, we will start the discussion of it tomorrow. And that is where we'll discuss it, the portion of the location of the industries, and we'll talk about population and maps. And now we discuss the PYQs. But before we move to the PYQs, I want you to take a moment and understand, for example, that the journey in general. I want you to have a look at the journey that you have encompassed or covered till now. Now, I still remember many of us who are present here, we were struggling with the basic aspect of what do we understand by latitude and longitude. From that position, we have now been talking about the minerals, the agriculture, the deficiencies, the solutions, the rivers, tributaries, all the complex climatic conditions such as El Nino, La Nina, Walker Cell, etc. We have covered. The world, the fold mountains of the world, the oceans of the world, we have covered. So one thing that I would like to tell you is understand the portion that you have covered. You have covered a portion so wide enough and so vast enough. Many of them coincide with the portion required even for optional, right? And this much amount of information, trust me, is, if you revise that properly, is not something that you find in your competition in general. Competition who is serious enough for the mains exam, only that competition. I'm not concerned about one random individual or two random students who are learning about the length of the various rivers, who are learning about the total amount of milk produced in Australia, because UPSC is never going to ask that. So I'm concerned about, and your competition is going to be that student who is analytically studying everything. So from the information standpoint, you have covered all that is required, almost all that is required. The requirement now is consolidation and a kind of a revision of that. Okay. So trust yourself, trust your preparation, revise as much as you can. Okay. So with that, we take a few PYQs and then we will end the session here. So here I want you to apply your logic in many of the cases. If you travel through the Himalayas, you are likely to see which of the following plants growing naturally there: oak, rhododendron, sandalwood. Which of the plants are to be found naturally in these areas? Because in tablet videos, you have taught details of each tributaries of river. No. So Ritika, see, understand, tablet videos are a bit more detailed in many of the cases. That is just for a kind of, think about it as a kind of an encyclopedia of sorts. So that will be your final fallback option, right? So, but then what is required for the examination, that is something that we cover in the live session. So you can always cross refer to that, but restrict the information source to the live sessions. Very good. Sandalwood is a tropical moist deciduous, not to be found in the Himalayan region. Oak and rhododendron is to be found. Okay. Then consider the following states. In which of the above states do tropical wet evergreen forests occur? Tropical wet evergreen forests, they occur in which of these states? Meenu, only tab lecture and live class is sufficient? Yes, that is more than sufficient, my dear friend. Lakshmi, I think we forget to discuss PYQs. Okay. Now your question is not valid anymore. Don't we find minerals in basaltic rocks? We find them in deeper depths, but we find them. Okay. So good. Other than Himachal Pradesh, you will find them in Arunachal and Mizoram, both of them, which is a good answer by many of you. Now, with reference to red sanders, sometimes seen in the news, consider the following statements. It is a tree species found in a part of South India. It is one of the most important trees in the tropical rainforest areas of South India. Which of the statement given above is or are correct? Vivek didn't get the concept of how in large chunks. So understand, Vivek, when the materials they start solidifying, so thereby materials of different densities, they will try to solidify it together. So if let's say you consider a metal like aluminium or let's say iron, they will tend to solidify with materials of similar density. All the iron will tend to clump together or float together or sink together, and then they will solidify. Hence they are found in large chunks called lodes. Okay. So many of you have been a victim of overconfidence in this case. Red Sanders is the kind of which tree? Which tree is Red Sanders? Let me see if we remember that. Red Sanders is sandalwood. Red Sanders is dry deciduous, isn't it? It is dry deciduous. And here what it is written? Tropical rainforest, that is evergreen. So this is going to be incorrect. It is a tree species found in the Sheshchalam area of Andhra Pradesh. So that is where the first statement is correct. Second statement is incorrect. Found in the Sheshchalam area of Andhra Pradesh. Then, contour bunding is a method of soil conservation used where desert margins liable to strong wind action, low flat plains close to stream course liable to flooding, scrublands liable to spread of weed growth, none of the above. Where do we use the portion of or the aspect of contour bunding? Jyoti, what I would suggest to you is that first of all, revise the live sessions in general so that you have a broader clue, and that will be a quick process also. And then after that, widen your scope with the help of the tablet videos. That will be your second phase of revision. Okay, good. We have a significant majority who have given the correct answer. Contour bunding is used for what? To prevent soil erosion, isn't it? Where you have a kind of a sloping area in those areas. So the answer will be none of the above. Okay, so in those sloping areas, you build those bunds. Okay, then which of the following statements regarding laterite soil in India are correct? Now, thankfully, till this point of time, UPSC still used the elimination method. So, elimination method was relevant till this point. So, that is the biggest hint I will provide to you. Find the answer of this case. That is laterite soil. Which of these are correct about laterite soil? How livestock increase the variety of crop production? They generally directly they do not. They don't directly will increase the variety of crop production. You end up growing different types of crops in order to have the support to the livestock. No, Sakshi, the lecture notes will be sufficient. Nisarga, when Gulf Stream meets Labrador Current, will it form a good ground for fishing? Yes, absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Gulf Stream, Labrador Current, yes. So in this case, the second portion could be eliminated easily, rich in nitrogen and potash. So that is where the answer would be C. But now UPSC has eliminated the portion of elimination. But understand these portions, they are generally red in color. We have studied that. And also tapioca and cashew nuts, they grow well in these soils, right? Now, here, consider the following crops. This is the second last question we'll discuss. The Consider the following crops: cotton, groundnut, rice, and wheat. Which of these are kharif crops? Okay, so which of these are kharif crops in general? That is the monsoonal crops in general. So how hilly areas suitable for growing coffee plants? Sure, because that is where you will have the lot of rainfall required, and also water won't stay stagnant. Water will start to flow. That is why. Good. So cotton, groundnut, and rice, they are the kharif crops in general. Okay. See, if the answer would have, if there would have been an option of 1 and 3, all of you would have gotten confused. But it is 1, 2, and 3. So that is the easy answer in that case. Okay. Then, with reference to the usefulness of the byproducts of the sugar industry, which of the following statements is or are correct? Bagasse can be used as biomass fuel for the generation of energy. Molasses can be used as one of the feedstocks for the production of synthetic chemical fertilizers. Molasses can be used for the production of ethanol. Which of them are correct? Shreyank, first of all, sandalwood is not to be found in the evergreen forest areas, in the moist deciduous. And naturally, they are not to be found in the region of Himalayas. They have been brought there, planted there in certain areas, in certain small spaces. That is where. So, Monica, you also had the same question. So, In certain specific regions, they have been planted, but not a uniformity is not something that you will find. Okay. Now here, molasses, they are not used for synthetic fertilizers. What do we mean by synthetic fertilizers? Synthetic fertilizers here refers to what? Urea, etc. So, where is it that bagasse and molasses are used? Remember, we have talked about it. So, bagasse and molasses, they are the byproducts of sugarcane. They are used in biofuels and paper packaging industry. So, we have studied that. Regardless of what Palak tells us that we didn't study this topic, we have. I hope we remember. That is the problem with the morning session. Many of the times we are almost half asleep. So I hope we remember that we have studied this, right? Good. So Palak, please revise. So here, it is not used for synthetic chemical fertilizers. These two will be correct. So the correct answer is 1 and 3. Okay. So now we take this question. We take the final question and then we will end the session. In India, the problem of soil erosion is associated with which of the following? Terrace cultivation, deforestation, tropical climate. Which of these is associated with soil erosion in general? How ethanol biofuel it is, Mohammed. Right. So that is where you extract the carbon compounds present in the molasses and then you build or you make biofuel or ethanol also. Yes, I will show the leaderboard after this. Tushar, remind me tomorrow. We will have a discussion about it tomorrow. Okay. So in this case, what is the correct answer? Correct answer will be 2. That is deforestation. That is the only one associated with soil erosion. So now the leaderboard that you had. This is the leaderboard. Okay. Right. So that is where we'll end the session here today. I hope the session was helpful to you. And okay, I'll flip it back. Which area, Janvi, you had a problem with laterite soil? Okay. Mathli, I'm finding difficulty in climatology. So do one thing, look at the very basics of climatology. That is the initial portion of evaporation, heating, cooling. And in case of live class, like if you have, let's say, the tablet, you can first of all take a look at the basics of climatology and then proceed. Otherwise, if you are looking at the live class recorded videos, put maximum attention in the module 6. Maximum attention should be paid there. And once you have understood module 6 from inside out, then the other modules will automatically follow. That is the crux of climatology. Okay. And yes, Janvi, what is the question? How come option 3 is not correct? They are well developed. So laterite soil is not well developed in the region of Rajasthan, is it? In Rajasthan, you find what kind of soil? You find either the alluvial soil in the Rajasthan Bagar area or you find the arid soil in existence, right? So laterite soil is typically found where? In the Piedmont zone of, in certain areas of Western Ghats, in regions of Tamil Nadu, in the regions of Odisha. That is where you find laterite soil. Okay. Then Shreyang, tropical climate leads to extremities? Not necessarily. It leads to extremities, but if there is crops, will it lead to, or if there are plants, will it lead to erosion? No. Sir, then making just a small piece of cloth will claim the lives of large number of silkworms. Yes. Ashwant, value addition of millets, etc. is important. Yes. This information is enough for OS or information is more than sufficient? Yes, all of you can leave. So that is where we'll end the session here today. And how to make basics very strong. Read the basics carefully, my dear friend. If you read the basics of geomorphology, the basics of climatology carefully, physical geography, if it is worked upon, rest of the geography becomes strong. That is why we have paid so much attention on physical geography, so that that portion should be very strong. So study the portion of physical geography as many times as possible. Okay. Then after that, I had question from Pulkit. Sri Lanka also tried to adopt organic farming, but it backfired because at one time large scale implementation was done, and many lacunae and deficiency were exposed. Food scarcity was something which was observed. Okay, so see you again tomorrow for the final time, and then we will conclude the portion of geography. Till that point of time, take care of yourself. Goodbye. Thank you. Yes, Ritika, more than sufficient.